All right, what's up, y'all? AWB, I'm back at it. Uh, I'm just go ahead and get into it. We're trying to finish up this trial today, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play it from here. Don't want to waste no time. Let's get into it.
Cell phone number of the caller. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. He's phone. So yeah, sure. Yeah. So are we. Do you want me to go talk to Les? Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. He's phone. So yeah, sure. Yeah. So are we. Do you want me to go talk to Les? Mike, you want me to go talk to security others? Or are you good with unless he wants us to officially. Yeah, I got the phone for get a chance. Okay. Just hang on 1 second, bud. I got to report a fraud. Okay. So he wants to report a crime. Okay. He's not in any danger right now. So. Is that who he was talking to?
Hey, is that Utter? Is that Officer Utter?
No. No.
How you doing today, Sarge? Good, yourself? Pretty good. Can I just get your name?
Sergeant Fernandez.
Sergeant Fernandez. And what was your name, sir?
It's right here, pal. Officer Jacobellis.
Yeah, so what you're wearing right there, that's just the costume. I'd appreciate if you just identified yourself. So
Yeah, I just did. I told you, Officer Jacobellis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
651.
Yep.
Thank you. Sergeant, I would like to report a crime.
You can talk to the officer.
Okay.
I'm present, so.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that, yes, that you guys, your supervisor hears it and correct action is taken. So the security guard in there, Phil.
Okay.
I walked into the building, exercising my First Amendment right to film in public.
Yep.
And he unlawfully detained me. I know he's not a police officer.
What did he do to unlawfully detain you?
He wouldn't allow me to leave. He wouldn't allow me to move. He prevented my movement, and then proceeded, as I tried to walk around him, he proceeded to push me several times.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
do you have all that film? Because that would be very helpful
I do have it
I
all
can look
filmed.
at the recording.
Pushed, yep.
Especially if he pushed you.
He pushed me several times, and I want to press charges, and I want him arrested.
Okay. Would you be willing to write a sworn written statement?
Yes, I would.
Wonderful. Okay.
And I
So
have it on
between
camera.
the sworn written statement and the
And
camera footage,
he should be arrested because he committed a crime.
Well, we'll determine that after we look at the camera footage and after I read over your statement. But just cursory, based on what you've told me, yes, it absolutely sounds like a crime, especially if he pushed you.
Yeah, several times.
Are you injured from
Several
the pushing,
times.
from being pushed?
No, I'm not.
Where did he push you exactly?
On my chest. Kept pushing me.
Do you have any marks?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Just kept pushing me. He kept pushing me.
Now you don't want medical attention. I just want to make sure it wasn't. You're not hurt.
I do not want medical attention.
Okay.
I just want justice.
And you don't have marks.
And no.
Okay.
And like I said, he did not allow me freedom of movement. That's an illegal detainment. He did not allow me to move.
Where were you in the building when this happened?
Trying to access the town clerk. I was going up the stairs.
Okay.
He wouldn't allow me to. He kept getting in my way. I kept trying to walk around him. It's all on camera. I kept trying to walk around him.
You were trying to go up the stairs?
Yeah, trying to go up the stairs, and he was at the bottom of the stairs, not allowing me to move freely, keeping me there. And I said, "You cannot detain me here." He says, "Yes, I'm detaining you here." I don't know what authority under Allied Security Services that he can detain somebody, but you can't even detain me without committing a reasonable articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime, which I have not. So, and then on top of that, as I'm trying to walk around him, he's pushing me.
Yeah.
Which is a crime.
Can I look at the camera footage of that?
Sure,
Because that would be very helpful.
Sure. Hold on.
I can look at that video.
Let me stop this. Hold on.
You don't have any marks or nothing, right, bub?
Nope. Your body cam's rolling, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a neat phone. What is that thing? It looks huge.
No. He said I needed a form or something. I don't know.
I know there was an issue, I guess, the last time.
It has an outside screen.
Oh, that is cool. What is it? Samsung?
Yeah, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 2.
That is cool.
So it has this little outside screen.
Yeah.
And then you open it up, say you watch like a YouTube video or whatever.
I can't see it. Maybe it's just my glasses.
Otani will often face 4 different pitchers, all throwing.
That is bad. That is cool, man. That is cool.
It is pretty cool.
I know the last time we were here, there was some discussion about signing a form.
Yeah, no.
Regarding COVID or something like that.
The corporate counsel for Danbury, I actually spoke to him after, and he said that there was no problem with me walking around. So he directly contradicted.
Was there a problem with you recording within the confines of City Hall?
No, because it's a public.
No, I'm asking if he.
He said that it was fine. But the whole time before he arrived, the security guard is unlawfully detaining me and kept pushing me, assaulting me. So he thinks he's so tough. He's gonna learn there's justice here. Hopefully there's justice here in Danbury.
You can't put your hand.
No, you can't.
But you weren't injured though, right?
No, was not injured. Let me just make sure this concerns me.
That's pretty cool.
I like that's pretty cool. Everybody tells me that.
Do you want to come?
We got the shade tree over
there.
there.
You want to come in the shade? Yeah, let's go in the shade so I can see it a little bit better. What's your name again?
I'm giving you a statement. So my name is Sean. Jean Paul.
Jean Paul.
Jean Paul. One word.
Yeah.
We're good. He's as long as you stay outside, don't go past the security guard. We're good to go.
We're dealing with another issue right now.
Oh yeah.
What's
that? Okay.
A crime was committed.
Okay. He said nobody touched anybody. So
okay. Well, I'm going to show you.
Okay. Still. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to get so close to you.
No. I want to say that. That's okay. Yeah. I know.
You can wait by walking. I don't want you to officers. I have to crawl upstairs first. I have to get out of my way first. I'm not going to get out of your way. Get out of my way. Get outside. Get outside. Get out of my way. Get outside. You're not coming down. Do me a favor.
He's unstable. Shouldn't have a job here.
Go around the corner and get somebody. You're not going upstairs. You have to fill out a form.
I don't need to fill out a form.
You're going to fill out a form.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You can sign out. You're all set.
He's saying that there's some form, but then the lawyer came downstairs for City of Danbury and said that you don't need to fill out any form. You can walk around peacefully. I know I don't need a
He
form.
wanted you to fill out a form
Yeah.
in order to go upstairs?
Yeah. I don't know why.
I'm not disrupting anybody. Don't talk to me now. Don't disrespect me. Don't talk to me. And I won't. You the way I want. No, you won't. I'm tired of your nonsense. I will. No, you won't. You're gonna get out of my way. Don't touch me.
There goes Bush.
Don't touch me. I'm telling you not to touch me.
Several times.
I need force. Get less. You're not going upstairs, brother.
Again, pushing me.
What do you mean? Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Yeah, go upstairs to the third.
Listen, he's pushing me.
Phil, relax.
He's not allowing you to go upstairs.
He's not, clearly, which in and itself is against the law.
You know you're breaking the
Another man can't prevent another man from movement.
He had, so, hold on, let's just pause it and I'll talk to you, because I'm just interested in talking through stuff like this. So, but as not saying at all what he did was right, obviously.
Yeah.
But as the security guard, if he believes that you're actually not allowed upstairs for whatever reason, whether that reason's right or wrong, well, obviously, it's important whether that reason's right or wrong.
Yeah.
Right? What you mean? But, so he has a duty to make sure that people aren't going places they're not supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
he also has the duty to know his job and know his parameters of his job.
No,
right?
yeah, I agree entirely. Yeah, man.
So just like you guys, you have a duty to you guys have a duty to protect and serve.
Yeah.
If you guys go outside of that scope and violate somebody's rights, like what happened at the Danbury Public Library, you know.
All right, let's watch a little bit more.
We have new rules, buddy. I don't care about you. I know you care. All you care about is yourself. All I care about is the Constitution. That's all I care about. You and your Constitution, you can stick it. Yeah. You're not going anywhere until you fill out a form. Okay. I can stick the Constitution. Very American, Phil. Hey, get out of my way, man. You're not going anywhere. Get out of my way. I'm telling you, I'll put you
again. Push me.
You will not.
That's the third time.
You will not. You keep pushing me like that. We're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem. Try me, buddy. We're gonna have a problem. Try me.
Unstable.
Why are you saying to him we're gonna have a
I'll
problem?
knock you down like I knocked you.
Because I said, keep pushing me. I have a right to defend myself.
I know, man, but
I have a right to defend myself. If I pushed you, we would have a problem because you're gonna.
I know, but I'm not gonna. If you did push me a little bit, I would.
No, come on. You wouldn't say I wouldn't have a problem. We would have already had a problem. You would have beat the shit out of me.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, you would have. If I pushed you,
used the reasonable amount of force
no, you wouldn't.
to arrest. I would
You
not
would
beat
beat
the shit out of anybody.
yes,
No,
you
I
would.
would. I'm an
Are you
easygoing guy.
kidding me? Oh, come on. All right.
You need to stop. You need to stop.
I'm trying to tell him, stop. Calm down. Look, we're not hearing all that.
So I have a question. Why wouldn't you call us? If he's preventing you from going in,
Because he already called. He told me police were on the way. So I said, all right, you're going to go to jail because now you're breaking the law.
I don't care. No, it's not a law. It's not a law. Well, we are. We have the new law since
He could have just let me walk right past and none of this would have happened. If nobody talks to me, I'm quiet. I don't cause a disturbance. His job is not to attack
not to
me.
attack you, but not to.
I know that. I told you that. You're going to fill out a form.
I know you guys got a good police chief here, so I've been in contact with him, and he's looking into this matter at the library, and he's gonna be. And if you guys don't do your job here today, I'm sure I'm gonna be contacting him again.
Okay, we're 18.
Not what you expected, did it? You're gonna listen. I got you on camera pushing me. I'm not pushing you. Just get out of my face. No, I got you on camera already pushing me. So you can either stop now and stand.
So you're gonna leave?
Yes, we're leaving.
Whichever one you want to do.
Sergeant, you're gonna leave after I'm showing you. You've seen it. You've seen the crime. So it's your job to uphold the Constitution, no matter what they tell you. So make your decision.
Talk to the other gentleman.
Yeah. All right, let me talk to Paul. I'm gonna go.
His name's Phil.
It's Phil. Oh, you're Paul. Sean Paul. Sorry. All right, let me go talk to Phil.
You guys are 18 out of here, huh? That's what you guys like to do here.
Hold on, buddy. I told you we're not. I'm just going to talk to him. We're going to talk to him now. We're not leaving here. Hey.
SACA. You can go around the corner, go to the permit center. Turn the corner on the left is the permit center.
So can you kind of explain? If you have a private area, that's fine. If you feel more comfortable.
You want to go to the tax collector?
You seem like somebody who honors your oath. So I know it's not going to be up to you, but you can arrest whoever you like, and that's what I'm saying. You have to do your job, because hundreds of thousands of people are going to see this, and they're going to see how you do your job here today, right? So that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to pressure you into doing your job or do the right thing.
Can I just talk to you, man, for a minute? Without all the recording, I mean, mine's gonna stay rolling.
Yeah, yours gonna. Yeah, but if yours is, why can't mine stay rolling?
No, it can. I just want to talk to you. You seem like
I'm a reasonable. Yeah, I do. No, I do. I get it. I do. But I have to hold them accountable.
Can I just tell you something real quick, please? And I did very well. I need like a situation. Like, I know it. Listen, I get it. Come on.
Listen, yeah, but I'm talking to your police chief. I will tell you. But listen, this is what I'm saying. You're already in it. There's nothing I can do now. There's nothing, because either way, what is the police chief gonna? What is the police chief gonna do? Because the police chief is gonna. I get it. But the police chief is already gonna know this. Listen. So what do you think? What do you think is better? What do you think is better? I'm not asking you to arrest an officer. What do you think is better? Following the law or not following the law for your promotion? I get it. You're a good cop. I get that. And I'm trying to do. Listen, I don't run into very good cops like you, but what I'm saying is, I get it. You're a good cop, and I appreciate that. And I know you're on track for promotion, whatever. But listen, man, you broke the law. And then, like, what? If you just don't do anything, what if the chief is like, hey, why didn't you do anything? Because your chief seems like a good cop too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I can fuck you up and make you more. You might be damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
So, what do you feel?
You can do statements and then submit an application if you believe there's enough probable cause.
Okay. Yeah, given the circumstances, that's
The visual evidence.
it's not a bad idea.
Then we'd secure your phone as evidence.
If you're, I could just send it to you.
All right.
That's fine.
I could just send it to you.
Let's
That's up to him if he wants to move it forward.
Are they going to do a no trespass thing?
No, so they have paperwork that they're gonna
You can't do cancellation.
have paperwork that's supposed to be completed. So he's allowed. The only thing he can't do is film within a department and disrupt the normal course of business. But walls and signs and stuff, he's well within his rights. But there's supposed to be paperwork that's supposed to be signed. But if he's going to give a statement,
Okay.
that's up to him.
All right.
And we'll get a statement from the other gentleman.
Let's get the camera footage. Let's do a statement. If you want, you're going to say you want to do a statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's get camera footage and statement.
Get a statement from him.
And I'll get a statement from him. Yeah.
All right, so
Document it, and I'll submit the.
What does that mean?
So
That means
I'm going to submit.
Listen, all I know is you guys are going to do. You guys are going to do whatever you want. You guys are going to do whatever you're going to do. I understand that. I can't force you to do anything you don't want to do. But what I'm saying is, if I were to touch this man in the manner that he touched me, I would be in cuffs right now.
Well,
So I just want you to understand that, and especially if I
I know.
showed
I'm
you
just
video.
gonna explain one thing to you though, real quick. It's a little different. Doesn't make it right, but it's a little different if it's in the course of his duties and he believes that
He's not a law enforcement officer.
he's. I know, but
He's a security guard.
He has a responsibility to. He's hired to kind of maintain the peace here. So if he believes that you're not allowed
I've been here
upstairs,
before, and he should know that I have a right to film
Well,
here.
I
The
understand
lawyer
that.
came
And I tried
downstairs.
explaining.
no, hey, we're not gonna, Phil, please, we're not gonna do any back and forth whatsoever.
We get statements.
Yep.
If they want to give it, we'll get his evidence. We'll submit the paperwork to court. And if they want to grant the warrant, they'll grant it.
I'm gonna type up your side of the story, his side of the story. They'll watch the evidence, and then court will make a decision based upon. If he wasn't a security guard and didn't have reason to believe that you weren't allowed upstairs, that changes things. You know what I mean?
It's
So,
also at the direction of.
and so based on this, and there's no exigency,
understand
there's
that.
not any serious injury or anything like that. So we have the availability of time. So I'm gonna submit all this. I'm gonna document the whole thing and submit it all to
Yeah, just
court.
explain it.
and
to
then
me. You submit it to.
I'm gonna write a warrant
Okay.
for his arrest.
You submit it to court.
Court either
And then
grants it,
court's gonna
denies it,
decide.
Or ask for a resubmission.
Okay.
And then once.
So
if
it would be an
if it's
arrest, but
granted-
an arrest by warrant.
Okay.
I'm gonna write a warrant for his arrest.
Okay.
And I'm gonna submit your evidence, his evidence, your statement, his statement, your camera footage. I'm gonna write out your side, write out his side, and
Just
then.
for the record, if it was me, I would have been arrested right now. But okay. I mean, I'm not going to tell
No,
you.
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I told you why right now
He's a
it's
security guard. Yeah, because he's a security guard, and he's. Yeah, I
and
get
he
it.
was acting under the belief that he's
He should
stopping
never have the belief that he can touch people.
to prevent you from going somewhere he believes you're not supposed to.
It's a public building.
All right, we have to. We're gonna do the statement and everything now
Okay.
together. So if you want,
You
you
know,
come
you're
outside
allowed to
with me.
film on the outside.
Yeah, I know exactly where I'm at.
But obviously, they have certain rules once you get into the inner workings of City Hall,
As far as
like in the department, yeah, that kind of stuff.
I know that too.
That's all.
I would
Okay.
never do that.
All right, I'll be back in for your statement. Okay.
We'll do that.
I'm gonna need. I don't. You're not. Are you gonna? You're not gonna be able to email that to me. It's too long,
I'll be able to.
right?
Yeah, I can drop off a thumb drive. Yeah.
You want to put it on? I mean, I'd rather get it now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, especially since I'm writing a warrant, I want the evidence. Because I'd rather take it now. You know what I mean? God forbid something happens.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you want, I think, can they plug it in downstairs and take
That's
it
up
that
to
way?
them. They may be able to do it from
You
side.
wanna do that?
I would do that.
I mean, that's up to you.
I would do it.
It's
It
not.
might be a little
They
bit.
would just
at
seize
time,
it.
but
They would have to take the phone downstairs for a little bit.
Okay.
It would be out of your.
Okay.
Yeah,
you can,
and you'd have to
give them
plug it
consent.
in.
Okay.
And it's solely
You
for
know?
that.
Okay.
It's nothing. It's for nothing else
Okay.
beyond
Yeah.
the recording.
Okay.
From today.
That's fine.
All right.
That's fine.
You have a card here?
I do. Yeah.
Or you
Why
want
don't
to?
you do that?
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the station because I got to do
So
a
grab his statement. grab
statement,
the
and then
from
we'll
Phil.
do the phone. And while we're doing the statement, we'll
Yep.
do the.
Send the
They'll
phone
do the
down.
phone while you and I do a
Right,
statement. Yeah.
Okay.
And then.
Okay, go with that.
But I got to do
Fair
his
enough.
statement too.
That's fine. So he can sit in the lobby until you're all set here.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Is
right.
that good?
That works.
Yeah. So I'll meet you guys down at the.
Yeah, just go to the front
Well,
lobby.
but
just
we'll
hang
head
out.
in together. We'll go in
Okay.
together, same exact time. We'll phone.
All right. So you're gonna just wait in my car. Wait. I thought you were gonna take a statement now.
I'll come back for him.
No.
Or should we get someone else? To
If
do
he
it?
wants to go to the police department now, you can certainly do that. Just wait until the lobby until he's done, and he'll
Yeah,
meet,
yeah, yeah.
he'll meet with you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And
Sounds
you're
good.
to go.
All right.
Cool. Perfect.
All right.
Wait for me there.
I'm here. What do they need?
5:45. You want to meet me in the lobby? About 5 minutes.
Should the other party have a problem? I assume when the volume comes back up, you see his hand go back up to adjust the volume on the camera. So why don't we fast forward till we see him with the volume back up? Right now, it's a sign of the.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
How you doing? We got to do this together. You got someone that can fill in for you?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, what's wrong? I got Karen Mattis down here. She's supposed to come up to the mayor's office to pick something up. Yes, sir. Thank you. She's gonna come down, okay?
Yeah, we're up. Yeah. In here?
Yeah. Is it too tight?
I'm gonna stay.
That's fine. I'm gonna shut this thing down so we can see.
Yeah, please. So why did you touch him?
He got right in my face. I didn't shoot. You know, like one of these things. I mean, he's letting you think I had formed him or something. But he
Well, no,
kept
I saw the video.
Yeah.
You pushed him a couple times.
So I just, kind of, but he wanted to go upstairs, and I wasn't going to let him. We're supposed to. I was telling your sergeant, I said that Les and Dean, they were supposed to give me forms. They want a form.
You have a visitor?
Tell him to.
Someone needs to fill in for you. I need.
Put it on the desk.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll see you later, because I gotta go to town clerk.
Okay.
What time do they close tonight?
You know? Yeah, we're open till 6:30 tonight.
We close now.
So he kept getting in my face, and I didn't like it, I'll be honest with you. And I did all I could to control myself. I said,
So
until
why
we get these
did
forms.
you even try and stop him from going upstairs?
Because I was told last night, I spoke to Dean and I talked to Les. They're supposed to have forms. As we speak right now, I think they're supposed to he has to fill out a form before he starts rolling the tape. They don't want people just coming in the middle of nowhere. He can film the walls and everything, but he can't, like I said, he will.
It's a public place. He's allowed to film here.
Yeah, but I'm saying until they want these cards to put on my table, and whoever comes in that wants to start doing video, when I stop, they have to fill out a form first. And I said, look, I should be getting these forms soon. You have to wait. You cannot go anywhere until you fill out.
The issue is, I don't think that reason is enough
Yeah.
to use physical force to restrain
I
him
use
from going
physical
somewhere.
force. Just block them from going. That's
Well, I know, but that's any touching is physical force.
Yeah, but I'm saying, well, if you got somebody coming right in your face, chest to chest, I didn't shove him. I just, get out of my face. That's all.
Well, yeah, because he was trying to go upstairs.
I'm glad I did what I did. It means me losing my job. I just don't understand.
I know. I got
Somebody could come in.
I have to do what I have to
Yeah.
do, though.
I don't understand how somebody can.
I'm between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. I
So-
don't understand how somebody could come in. Let me get my glasses and disrupt constantly this bullshit. Like I said, we were supposed to have forms, and he could have gone. I wasn't going to let him go and start the shenanigans again until he filled out a form. Let me get my glasses.
Grab your glasses. Well, we got to fill this out, and you got to articulate why you did what you did. So just like I said out there, you're a security guard here. You have a right to maintain order in the building.
Right.
But him filming
Yeah.
and walking around in a public place is not disruptive to the point where it would require physical force to restrain him in the building. That is the issue. That is why I have to go
I
through
just
this.
blocked him though. 'Cause
No, I
guess-
know, but I
said
there's
they-
20 minutes of
yeah.
video footage that I have to watch
Yeah,
now.
I know, but I mean, there are forms that they're gonna make,
So-
and I didn't want to let him go until
I
I
know,
got
but
this.
then, so next time just call us immediately.
Yeah.
Don't even talk to him.
We
Name-
called, right?
Name, date of birth,
Alright.
age, address,
Alright,
phone
alright.
number,
All right.
and then sign your name there. You can use either one. You want to use yours, it's fine.
That's right.
So I would start this by saying, I am a security guard for Allied Universal Security Services, and I work at Danbury City Hall, 155 Deer Hill Ave, Danbury, Connecticut. Right? You introduce yourself
Yeah.
and what happened. You don't have to go into crazy detail of the past with this guy, this and that. Whatever's pertinent. This is just what's pertinent to the case.
Yeah.
A man who I know from
Yeah.
prior experience as whatever you know him as,
Right.
right? Came into the facility, was video recording. He wanted to go upstairs. I tried to stop him. He got in my face. He tried to move past me, and I believed I was doing the right thing
Yeah.
by physically stopping him
Yeah.
from going up the stairs at City Hall, going further into the building. You
Right.
follow my drift? This is your letter to the court,
All right.
so make it good.
All right.
Okay? I can't write it for you. You have to. This is your words. Who you are, what happened, why you did what you did. You understand? Okay.
Oh, sorry. Just looking for my mail, but I'll come back.
All right. Thank you.
Today's the 15th.
Yes. I believe so. Check for July 15th.
Am I allowed to use his name? No.
If you know his name,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sean
Yes.
Cole.
Yep. If you know his name, absolutely. You can go into a little bit of hit, whatever's pertinent. This is your letter to the court of why you did what you did. Okay?
Thursday.
You need to articulate why you used physical force. No matter how minor, whether it's just, a push or a light, I'm not going to do it to you because then I'm not going to use physical force on you.
But he gets in my, I didn't go up there. He kept getting in my
say
face,
that.
agitated.
Yeah, say that. And now be mindful that there is a video of the entire thing.
Yeah. What did we say? It was 2 weeks ago when he was here, or 3 weeks?
I don't know. It doesn't. It's
Can
not
I do
important.
this alone? I'm trying to.
It's not important. Yeah, I can stand out here. Just make sure no one else can.
Gentlemen, told us this is about 7 minutes now of complete silence, so we're going to fast forward through. Attorney Seeger?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sean, I know you steak dinner.
Can we keep this closed? I'm sorry. Can we keep this closed?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need some privacy here. We got to work on this. This is more important.
I mean, if you want to call, put your hands up and kind of keep it up. If you call that, I mean, to me, I don't feel that.
It's a discon. It's disorderly conduct.
Everything's different. Oh my God. Fucking 25, 30 years ago. Look, it's,
Yeah, I know, but it's not 25.
If it means me losing, like, what am I going to do? I thought I did the right thing.
Well, if
So be it. If that's the way it's going to be, you know, I can't, you know, I just thought I was doing the right thing. I just, like I said, in my mind, I can't understand how somebody could just come in, start, and people say, oh, it's not, it is disruptive. It's disruptive. It's invasive. I don't like having a camera. I don't like.
what does this say? I know, we'll get to that. Take a what?
I explained to him that he had to give me his name and take a courtesy card. That's those are cards to the department of his choice. He refused to do so, so Danbury police were called to City Hall. Today, Thursday, January.
But we're getting all into what happened last time. That's not not pertinent to today.
I thought it would be important.
Today,
to meet up.
Thursday, July 15th, he showed up again and started filming again. Film, but he had to fill out a form. Morning. Time. I began to enter the stairwell, and I blocked from heading upstairs. Sean Reyes kept chest to chest with me and held my
Held my ground.
And I held my ground in the
interest of safety at City Hall.
All right, continue on the back.
Yeah.
This is not finished. First of so you need to elaborate. After the last incident, right? After this is why I should have stayed in here and done it with you. After the last incident, you were instructed by who? Names. Who told you that no one is allowed to film in here unless they fill out this card that was never provided to you?
Told
You see what I'm saying? There's a big difference between you saying you're not allowed in here filming, leave, and then you getting in his way. Listen to me. To you saying, sir, you cannot film in here. You're supposed to fill out one of these cards first. My boss, Ted Parker, told me that you have to do this. You get the difference? You catch my drift? So you have to articulate that.
It was told to me last night that they were gonna get these, that they were in the works of having these cards, these forms made out that they had to fill them out before they started filming. Of course.
So you were told that by who?
Last night I was talking to Dean and Les Victor.
All right, so put their names.
All right.
So articulate, I was told by my bosses, X and Y, that someone is not allowed in City Hall filming unless they fill out a form. The forms were not provided to me as of yet. Right? And then, no, you got to do it yourself. I'm not, this is, I have enough writing of my own to do. This is your statement. And, you need to articulate here what's going on. Because he wasn't acting aggressively. He didn't come in here screaming and yelling, flailing his arms around. He's just filming. I know, but at the end of the day, it's just filming. This is what these people are trying to do. And you fall right into their trap when you act like this. He's just filming. That's all he's doing. He's not hurting anybody. It might be a nuisance, but there's a difference between a nuisance and being disruptive. If one of our, downtown people comes in here and starts screaming and throwing stuff around, that is disruptive. That is perhaps a safety issue. This guy filming, it's not a safety issue. It's a nuisance. It is not a safety issue. That's the problem we have. So 2 prongs. Ready? Hold. Just take a break for a second and just hear me out and then articulate it. I was instructed by my bosses, X and Y,
Yeah.
that I'm supposed to provide
Yeah.
a form to anyone
Yeah.
that comes in and films.
I was
right?
told this last night.
Listen, yep. I was not given those forms yet. He came in today. I was simply trying to get him to sign the forms.
Yeah.
Now, also, when someone comes into City Hall and wants to go to an office, you touched on it before, but you didn't finish it.
Yeah.
You have to say you're supposed to do this, that, and the third. He refused all that, proceeded around me, and went to go up the stairs.
Yeah.
So I simply tried to stop him from going up the stairs so that he could fill out the appropriate forms. Now, all that is well and good until you start to use force against somebody.
They told me.
This isn't someone wiling out at the hospital. You know what I mean? This is a completely different arena we're in here. It's a non-violent person who's disobeying rules. Non-violent person disobeying rules is a much different set of circumstances and needs to be treated as such.
Sometimes it's easy, right? Yeah.
Try and write neatly and don't cross stuff out. This is your letter to the court.
I wish I could go home and take it home and fill it out.
No, you cannot. You have to do it now.
Yeah.
How are you?
Can I see?
I'm gonna get into now how he refuses to take cards, and you know, it's like what going down a one-way street.
639, 607.
Also, Mr. Reyes walked right around me and did not fill out the proper entry, the proper forms when he came in.
They circled around me. I want to put down the same thing I put in the last day about to explain to him that he could film the walls.
You need to say why you decided to put your hands on it. That's the most important part. You need to say why you decided to put your hands on it. And it needs to be pretty good. Proceeded to head upstairs.
Has he headed up?
Since he was violating what I believe to be rules, I'm supposed to come, you know, like. I stood in front of the stairwell and only touched him when he decided to go past me. As he tried to push past me, I stepped in front of him or put my arm out so that he did not proceed up the stairs. I was not trying to hurt him. I was just trying to stop him from going up the stairs, if that's true.
Yeah.
You follow my drift? You have to do this. I can't do this.
Yeah.
Is he headed up the stairwell and doing best interest?
Next time, just call us. Unless
Call you.
don't even talk to it. Just let him go.
Yeah.
And I'll go upstairs and go talk to him.
Yeah.
That's it. Let us do it.
I know.
Let us do it.
I would have gone that route.
What is he doing? He's filming.
But I would have gone that route. But last night I was told they're gonna have to fill out a form. Too late.
Good. So until they give you the form, then guess what? Mierda. Whatever. They didn't give you the form, so that's not on you. You don't have the form. What are you gonna have them do? Fill out a fictitious form you don't have? No. Just let him. He's not hurting anybody.
Alpha Golf 46587.
Was it Sean Paul? And what, you can't be trespassed from City Hall, I guess? Can't be no trespassing from City Hall? Think, just think. I'll stop on it. Just think.
I put my hands up when I tried to check him, or don't say that.
I don't know what that
You
means.
saw it when I put my hands up when he was coming. I kind of was blocking him with my.
Yeah, so say that. Just say block, not
Stiff
checking. It's not. We're not playing hockey. And don't say stiff arm. We're not playing football.
Yeah.
We went a little over, but we were getting to natural end here. Let's stop it. All right, so it's 4:30, going to 4:30. We'll pick up where we left off here tomorrow, as has been the custom. I have the docket that I do, daily criminal docket for you and Andrew. And then after that, we will begin this as promptly as possible, and then we will go to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And we'll see about Thursday at the end of the day tomorrow. So with that being said, anything for the record, either council?
All right, y'all. We're just gonna go ahead and get into day 7 and 8. Got pulled up here. You know, this whole case has been insane. Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Go back. Mr. Reyes and what he's charged for, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand it. I'm sorry. I'm trying
The question is, the objection is sustained. Anything you do, anything he does is not relevant to that investigation that day. Be more specific.
In the town clerk's office, in the afternoon, sir. Yes or no, if you can. No.
That's the answer.
Okay, we're taking a recess. Council in chambers now.
All rise, course now in recess.
Talking, this whole thing was very intriguing to me, because until the library incident, I had never heard of the library.
The incident at the library that you're talking about, the videos, you're talking about the videos involving, I think it's Tippett and Utter, and the statement that if he'd done something 20 years ago, he would have been dead in the back of some.
Objection is what?
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
This is not going to end well with you. You know that.
Okay, we'll see. We will see.
I'm telling you.
I can see it in your eyes.
In law enforcement experience,
Yeah.
I'm still here.
After they released Reyes and he went outside, Officer Ken Utter taunted him.
Constitutionally protected activity. If I went in there and I was acting like an asshole,
you're wrong.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey,
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. His teeth would be missing.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
and I'm still here. I'm still here.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead.
I'm still here.
His teeth would be missing.
I'm still here.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
All right. Court back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please be seated, everyone. Okay. So we are back, State versus Reyes. I want to thank everyone. I'm hopeful that you got word yesterday that I just felt starting a little after 3 and going a little before 4 was not going to work. And that was the best we were going to do. So to have you come up in the weather and the risk of having to go home in weather, which probably not so bad. I didn't think that was fair to anybody. I know some of you come a long way. So with that being said, I'm glad you all got the information. So we were in very good shape today to start at 2:15, and there was a matter that it was a very difficult matter that we had to take up. So with that being said, we are starting. I'm inclined to go. Do we have any objection to going to 4:45?
No.
We'll go to 4:45, and then tomorrow, the docket is very small, and there's no significant post-judgment matters that I have to deal with before we move on to this. So we'll start, and we should get the full 3 hours from tomorrow. And we'll see where we are at that point. I appreciate everybody's flexibility. We've been trying to get this done, and but certainly done where no one feels that they haven't gotten in or out what they want to say. So here we are. We have a witness ready to resume the stand. We do, and we have the video queued up to where we left off.
It is.
All right. And for the record, counsel, they're both here. Attorney Cooper is not here. Is he okay?
His daughter was sick, so he didn't make the trip from Brooklyn, and so but he promises he'll be here tomorrow because he misses me.
He misses me? Yes. Okay, so tomorrow, good, I was concerned, I didn't see it, there was an issue, but, so we're gonna pick up where we left off. The motion is out there and has been granted, so anything said, by someone in this video that is not a party to the action, or is not testifying in the court, is hearsay unless there's an offer of proof as to why it's named as a non-hearsay statement or fits into one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. With that being said, we can have our witness retake the stand. I will just remind you that you're still in the bill.
To try to stop him from going up the stairs.
Oops, sorry. Okay, and you? Statements. All these statements. Remember, the less said, the more better.
Not anymore. Not these days.
No. Less said, the better. Single declarative statements. No thoughts, or I thinks, or I thought.
Yeah, objective.
That's exactly. My dad was a cop.
I'm well aware. I know.
And he corrected
He was
everybody.
a chief, deputy chief, right?
No, he was a captain.
Captain. That's right.
He would correct everybody's
garbage.
and understand, like another, like, and throw it back at him. Saying,
Yeah.
It was the day of paper, so it was like,
Yeah.
do it again.
Sheesh. Good old days.
Well, the old day, well, it was like. He knew it was going to get thrown out, so fix it first. Anyway, have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Let me see. It is what it is. I'll fill in the blanks. Fill in the best. Reyes circled around me and did not give me his name or accept the department card. As he headed up the stairwell, I thought in the best of City Hall, I keep my ground and prevent him from going upstairs. He kept coming toe to toe with me. I extended my arms to prevent him from going to the second floor. Okay.
Says what it is.
If you want to, yeah. All right, do me a favor. We're not done yet. Sit. Where's the pen? You got your pen?
Yeah.
Okay. Just put your initials in there.
Unsigned block.
Anywhere you did these crossouts, just put your initials by the crossout, okay?
I'm gonna try to get white out.
No. Just put your initials. No, because then it looks doctored. You're not supposed to use whiteout.
What else?
I don't know. Did you cross out anywhere else?
Yeah, I
think
kind
that
of
was
squeezed in
the
a
only
couple of letters.
Yeah.
Did not. He did. I put did not. But he
That's fine.
did not here. Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, I cut trees on my hand. I can barely
Here,
hold it. My hands are so-
sign, date, and time. Today's date is July 15th. The time is 11:32 a.m.
Today's 7/15/21, 11:32
a.m. So I'm going to yep.
Come down here.
So I'm going to submit a warrant. I'm going to review the camera footage, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to get his statement. I got his statement, your statement, and the camera footage.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that all in a report.
Yeah.
I'm going to review it.
Yeah.
If I have probable cause to believe that your actions
Yeah.
rose to the level of, I would call it an assault, since luckily he admitted to me that he was not injured and he did not want medical attention.
Yeah.
Although,
Injured, I mean,
although an impairment of, injury,
Yeah.
According to definition, is impairment of physical condition. So I'm not going to do it to you.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't.
But if
So I just like
I know it
hands,
doesn't
that's-
matter. If you push somebody, I'm not going to do it to you because I don't want to assault you.
Yeah.
But if you impaired
Yeah.
somebody's
Well, it was
physical
nothing like
condition.
that. I just kind of put my hands up.
Well, okay. So, however, if I think it rose to the level of a discon,
Yeah.
I'll submit warrants, maybe even for both of you. If some of his language is to the point where it's
Yeah.
disruptive,
Yeah.
then I'll submit a warrant for both of you, and we'll see and then it's up to
So
the
you told
court.
me I could get arrested?
Yes, it's up to the court. You got physical with somebody that, for the most part, you really had no reason to be physical.
I didn't want him going. I
Because he
wasn't
was
going
filming.
upstairs.
I know, but for
Yeah.
what? For what? He's filming. What is he doing? Why can't he go upstairs? It's a public building. It's City Hall, for Christ's
Yeah.
sake.
Like I said, if I was given those forms,
You know? That's the problem. It's a public place. These guys right now, they're allowed to be in here.
like I said, it bothers me how
And
You guys gotta get out of here.
that's just a BS rule. That's not, it's not against the law to not fill that out and him what, you know what I mean?
But that's what I was told when I came here.
I know, well-
Put the sign on the door.
We stop it at the 108 mark for a moment. Sergeant, when you interviewed Mr. Genosa, without knowing what was said where, what information did you not have at the time you interviewed or took a statement from Mr. Genosa?
Yes, Objection, Your Honor. What's the relevance of the information? I don't know how to respond to that, what he didn't have. We have the video here. I don't understand the question.
I assume it's preliminary. I'm going to allow it, and if it's not relevant, I will. So if the answer turns out to be not a relevant line of questioning, I will not only sustain the objection, but strike.
Understood. What information did you not have available to you at the time you took a statement from Mr. Genosa on that day, July 15, 2021?
Yes, I did not have the entire video footage from Mr. Reyes, and I did not have any information regarding what the posting on the door was in regards to. So that's gonna sign in, but I didn't have the knowledge at the time of what that was regarding, or why that existed.
No, those things you said you did not have available to you at the time.
Well, I just didn't obtain that information yet.
At the time you spoke
At
to
the
Mr.
time I
Jones?
spoke, yes, well, as we can see in the video, at that time, I did not obtain what that sign was about. That's it.
Next question. Any more questions?
No, I'll continue with the video.
Judge, it's going to examine him. You want me to hold off on cross-examination when he stops the video, or?
When he concludes his direct examination, we get across.
Okay, no, I just.
Which I'm sure you have. Heard.
Yes.
I understand what you want. It's odd that there's disjointed question, video question. This is the way we're trying to proceed. There's an amount of video, probably more than I realized. I mean, this seemed like a good idea in terms of setting it up this way. But under the circumstances, it's working fine. So counsel has his witness out to introduce the exhibit, and he's asking questions intermittently as the exhibit plays, as we do with the other witnesses. Certainly, you will have a full and unfettered opportunity to cross-examine this witness between the direct examination.
Thank you very much, Judge.
So all visitors must sign in.
Okay, I know.
All visitors must sign in. It's everywhere.
So
So you're gonna have
he's-
stickers soon. Anybody recording must fill out a form.
I know, well, I'm glad they did that so quickly since the last incident. Hopefully these guys go to bat for you too, in that they told you that you're supposed to stop anybody.
Okay, Sarah. I'm sorry, man.
And not for nothing. Whatever, it is what it is. It's not against the law. This woman will walk around this counter, start filming, and go upstairs.
Yeah.
It's not against the law. You can't block them and by blocking the stairs and being physical and stopping him, that's where the issue is.
These two guys came in the other day.
I'm not siding with him, I'm just telling you what the facts are, how this works.
So these two fellows came in,
Let's go outside.
Yeah, they came in last week. One guy, they gave me the card. One guy's last name, he went by Lee Austin. They gave me their name, they took the card, they were polite, they would have.
Go again, idiot.
Asshole. And they said, we want to go ask.
Brother.
They said they wanted to go up to the town clerk to ask them questions about the bell and history of that. I said, that's fine. But they were polite, they gave me their name, I sent them on their name.
But it's not against.
Like I said, this guy just.
I gotta go. I got a lot more stuff to go. I don't mean to cut you short. I apologize, but I got a lot more to do.
At this point, Officer Jacobellis returns to the Danbury Police Department to take my written statement against Phil Janusa. Jacobellis and I have a 2-hour conversation that was played in court, most of which is completely irrelevant to this case. I did inform Jacobellis that I had to return to City Hall to prove my point, not to engage with Phil, and he jokingly told me not to go back, then told me that I did have the legal right to do so. In the spirit of full transparency, our full unedited conversation will be linked in the description of this video.
Race at the Danbury Police Department. When you went into the room to speak to him, your body cam was on. How would you describe the atmosphere of that room? From your point of view.
Positive. We had a good conversation.
And how would you describe his demeanor? Did you notice any changes? Was it the same?
Yes,
What you saw back at the-
absolutely. He even alluded to it in the video. When he wasn't on his cell phone camera, he was far more personable, as is evident by the audio.
And you recall him using the word deadpan when he's filming at City Hall?
Yes.
And you, from your perspective, did he appear to be much different to you when you were speaking to him one-on-one at the Danbury Police?
Objection.
Yes.
What is the officer's opinion on whether or not?
Are you saying this is a question of relevance?
Yes.
Mr. Stain, I've seen the video.
Did you have any further interaction with Mr. Reyes later on that day of July 15, 2021?
That day, no, I did not.
May I just have a moment, please, Your Honor? Yes. Just need a few moments. Your Honor. I have no further question.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Wells.
Susan, welcome. Hey, Tracy, you can proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Sergeant Wells.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to just draw your attention back to July 15, 2021. And you were called to Danbury Police Department on that day, Danbury City Hall that day, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what the purpose of your visit there was?
It was a disturbance call, I believe.
Okay, and when you arrived, you had a conversation with Mr. Reyes, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and at that time, were you personally able to observe any disturbance that Mr. Reyes was involved in?
He showed me approximately 3 or 4 minutes.
So, not your personal observation, but he showed you some video, correct?
Yes.
And he showed you some videos in the context of a complaint he was making against somebody?
Yes.
Who was that person?
Phil Janusa.
And sir, you know Phil Janusa, right? Before the incident?
Just in passing.
Did you know him from the hospital?
I didn't know him, I knew him in passing. We never really had a full conversation. We typically, security, especially up in the hospital, we see them quite a bit because we're in the emergency room quite a bit for work-related incidents. So.
You knew him enough to tell Mr. Reyes he's a pretty good guy, right?
Yes, because he was decent.
And you knew enough about Mr. Janusa to know that he worked at the hospital.
Yes.
And you knew enough to tell him, hey, there's a big difference between responding to somebody at the hospital and stopping somebody in the stairway because he's filming at City Hall.
That was in the context of their 2 different arenas, 2 different kinds of places.
All right, and so sticking to the arena of the City Hall and the circumstances under City Hall that are in place in City Hall, you also had a conversation with Mr. Reyes in the police department. You just saw 3.5 hours of video on that.
Yes.
And you asked the question to Mr. Reyes, well, what's going to happen with Phil now, right?
I believe so. That sounds familiar, I think.
You were concerned with the report that Mr. Reyes was making that it might affect Phil negatively, correct?
Objection relevant.
I'll allow it as something that's preliminary, I assume to allow it across.
It's preliminary, it's setting the stage for the knowledge of Mr. Janusa.
Just overruled, yes, this question.
I'm sorry, can you ask?
Yeah. You recall asking Mr. Reyes, using words to the effect, come on, man, now what's gonna happen to Phil?
I believe so, yeah.
So you're concerned about the effect that Mr. Reyes' complaint might have on Phil, correct?
Sure, that's fair.
Fair. Okay, and in that conversation, well, let me go back to the time that you've seen the video, and the time, draw your attention to the video when you are asking.
Well, short portion.
Well, did you see the 3.5 hours of video here?
Well, there's so many videos.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that one, I'm talking about the one where.
I'm sorry, I thought they said
Okay.
earlier my question.
I think it's just about you thought you might have meant the video you saw.
Yeah,
Sure, it is
my
shown
apologies.
on that day.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Ask your question again, make sure he knows what video, because Lord knows there's some different.
Yeah. So when you go in to interview Phil Janusa on the 15th of January, you go into his little office space there, right? In the front of City Hall, in the lobby?
It's not his office.
Mail
The
room?
office, yes. the mail.
Mail room. Okay, and he's giving a statement at that time, right?
Yes.
And do you coach him in his statement at all, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I help him. I help him same as we help anybody with statements.
You help everybody with statements?
Oh, yes.
Okay, but you're not coaching him, right?
It depends how you define coaching compared to helping. There's times when we write statements for people, we question them and ask them questions because their writing abilities will write it for them. I'm sure
Right.
you're familiar with that.
That wasn't the case here with Mr. Janusa.
No, he wrote it, but I helped him with it.
And so your characterization is that you helped him, even though you knew him from before, right?
I don't know, knowing him from before, I helped him with his statement, yes, I did.
Okay. And did you put any words in his mouth?
I'd like to think not. I like to coach people through because I've done this, as I even said to Mr. Reyes, I've done this more times than they have.
Right, so you like to coach people through.
Objection
I like to help people.
Argumentative.
Sustained. It's not like.
Sir, you recall your testimony about 30 seconds ago where you stated you like to coach people through it. Do you recall that testimony? That's the question.
That's what I like to help people.
Judge, may I just, it's not his testimony. He used
Call
the
it
word
coaching
coach.
then, call it what you will.
Oh.
I helped him, I coached, I help every, like I said before.
That's already been answered.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay. And sir, the nature of the complaint, that revolved around some interaction that occurred between Mr. Janusa and Mr. Reyes in the stairwell of the Danbury City Hall, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what the issue was there?
Objection, close to hearsay.
Overruled.
Do you know what the issue was?
Do I know what the
Yes.
issue was? That Mr. Reyes was trying to go past Mr. Janusa and Mr. Janusa stopped him from proceeding up the staircase.
And is that all you know about the incident?
There's more I don't know exactly what the question, how much you'd like me to elaborate.
Well, let me just do it this way. There came a point in the time where you were talking to Phil about his statement, where you tell him to make sure you put in his statement that he was waiting for forms from his bosses, right?
I believe so. It sounds-
And was that your understanding that he's waiting for forms that Mr. Reyes was supposed to fill out?
Objection, close to hearsay relevance.
Overruled.
I'm sorry. Your understanding, that was Mr. Janusa was waiting for forms at the time that he encountered Mr. Reyes in the stairwell, correct?
Yes.
And those forms didn't exist, did they?
Objection. You left the foundation, how do you know that?
Sustained.
To your knowledge, you had we'll withdraw that. You spoke about forms to Mr. Reyes when you're talking to him about a statement, correct?
I spoke about forms when I was talking to Mr. Reyes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Right. And you wouldn't tell Mr. Reyes to write in his statement anything about non-existent forms, would you?
Well, Mr. Reyes clearly didn't need.
Sergeant, question has been sustained. The address has been sustained. The question, proceedings going to ask you a new question or rephrase his previous.
Were you shown any of the forms that Mr. Reyes was supposed to be completing by Mr. Janusa on the 15th of July, 2021?
The only thing I had observed was the placard on the front window that all guests had to sign in.
Sergeant, I'm doing this probably earlier than I did the other witnesses, but his specific question was essentially calling for a yes and answer. Your interest going in a different direction. Do the best you can. Sure. Answer his question. If there's an objection, I'll feel the objection.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Mr. Janusa didn't show you the forms that were at issue, correct?
No.
Okay, and did you investigate where these forms were?
Those particular forms, no.
Why?
Because a far more serious piece of this came to light shortly after.
Okay.
So when I got to that point in the investigation, I didn't see the relevance of the forms to film.
Okay.
I was.
So you made a determination that the relevance of the forms.
In light of the COVID requirements.
Right. Sir, didn't you, in your words, tell Mr. Janusa in his office, hey, next time just call us. If you don't have the forms, that's even all the more reason. It's not on you, it's on your bosses because you don't have them. Isn't that what you told him?
That was before I knew about the COVID.
I'm just asking if those were your words.
Yes, those were, yes.
So at the time you're using those words, you're saying, why would you do that for non-existent forms? Isn't that what you were getting at?
Essentially, yes.
Oh. And again, you coach them or help them with the state.
Sustain.
Now, in City Hall, I think your testimony was a far more serious matter arose or some aspect of that matter arose.
Yes.
When you first came to City Hall, on your body cam, there's a point at the beginning where you start talking to Mr. Janusa about a promotion, right?
I did not, I took note of it, probably, I can't remember the exact point.
Fair enough. Didn't you tell Mr. Reyes in so many words, I don't need this, I'm up for a promotion?
I wouldn't say in so many words, but along those lines, yes.
Okay, and what about your involvement in this incident? Were you concerned about pertaining to a promotion?
Well, I'll tell you exactly. After I had watched the library incident, I had seen on his channel that nearly every single one of those videos cast the police in a negative light. So I was fearful that regardless of what I did that day, right or wrong, the same would be done to me. That's exactly what happened.
Right. That didn't happen to you, right?
Oh, no, it did.
It did.
Yep.
Okay. And the incident at the library that you're talking about, the videos, you're talking about the videos involving, I think it's Tippets and Utter, and the statement that if he'd done something 20 years ago, he would have been dead in the back of some.
Objection is what?
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. He'd be fucking his teeth if he lived. I don't fucking do it.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
This is not going to end well with you. You know that.
Okay, we'll see. We will see.
I'm telling you.
I can see it in your eyes.
In law enforcement experience,
Yeah.
I'm still here.
After they released Reyes and he went outside, Officer Ken Utter taunted him.
Constitutionally protected activity. If I went in there and I was acting like an asshole,
you're wrong.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. He'd be fucking his teeth if he lived. I don't fucking do it.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
He'd be fucking his teeth if he lived.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
I don't fucking do it.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
You heard us say objection, right?
I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry, but yes, I did not.
No objection.
Yes.
Relevance hearsay outside scope of arrest.
Sustain. Keep going.
Okay. The incident at the library, were you familiar with what happened there?
Objection, same, all three grounds.
keep her out of that objection.
There's been some discussion in the trial thus far about the incident of the message.
And that involved Danbury Police Department police officers, right?
The incident, I'm sorry.
At the library, sir.
Yes, it did.
And you're familiar with the library incident, right?
Yes.
And are you familiar that Mr. Reyes made a complaint about Danbury police officers in that case?
Objection.
I want to allow it as.
At the time of this.
Okay, here's how it's gonna work. He's gonna ask a question. Okay. He may object. I will rule the objection. You don't answer until I rule the objection.
Got it.
It's just gonna be easier for everybody. And that's part of me because I pause. So let's try that again. Ask the question again, Tracy.
So the videos that you were talking about having been posted by Mr. Reyes on the library incident, they detailed some pretty serious allegations against the Danbury Police Department.
Objection. Formal question about this.
I'm gonna sustain that objection. We're to talk about it. We're not talking about that as it is.
I'm gonna move along, we be fast, but I just want to preserve my record. He's talked about some pretty serious.
Sustain.
Thanks, so you weren't at the library when Mr. Reyes was encountered by police on June 9th or 10th, somewhere?
No, I was not.
I don't necessarily hear you all the time, so you have that objection, quote unquote, same objection?
Yes. Relevant to the status code. Here's that.
Re-ask the question.
You said you were familiar with the library incident, but you weren't at the library to observe anything personally.
I was not.
The objection is overruled.
Okay.
Got it. We're all very excited here to do what we're doing, but let's get through it slow.
So I think we were on the promotion. I asked a couple questions about promotions before. Isn't it true that you didn't want to get involved in the case as you saw it from the beginning when you arrived on the scene because you thought it was petty?
No, that's not what I said. I tried to appeal to his sympathies because I was concerned. Because after watching some videos on his YouTube channel, I noticed that all of them casted the police in a negative light. So I was fearful that no matter what I did, I would too be casted in a negative light. And also, what I did end up saying was the multitude of threats that were received. I didn't want that. Fortunately for me, I've never received any, but I didn't want that for myself and my family.
Fair enough.
Because there were people who were arrested for making threats against us. No, I'm just saying.
So let's just move to strike the balance.
He's answering your question.
Okay, fair enough. But you weren't threatened, sir, were you?
At what point?
At any point?
I was. I received a couple on my work voicemail, but I just believe I didn't.
Did you put that in the police report somewhere?
Well, I was threatened after that.
Well, threats are important, aren't they?
It depends if you feel threatened or not, and I didn't feel threatened by them. I just deleted them. They were on my work voicemail.
So you didn't feel threatened about what people had said, correct?
Objection. That's the
I'll allow him to answer this question. Objection overruled.
It's a tough thing. I can threaten you right now. It all depends how you feel about it. I would hope that, you wouldn't feel threatened by me, but so at the time, I just deleted those messages. I don't remember if I felt threatened or not, but I didn't want to, I just deleted it. It was only a couple. It wasn't like the other people.
And again, in terms of threats, you never received any threats from Mr. Reyes, though, correct?
I never received that?
Yes.
No.
So you're talking about what you viewed outside of the evidence in the courtroom here, in terms of where you get the information, correct?
Well, not necessarily, not the threatening parts that I learned from just that we arrested somebody. The police department arrested somebody for raping him.
But that person wasn't Mr. Reyes.
No.
And then, in fact, you had a conversation last a couple of hours with Mr. Reyes on the video, correct?
Yes.
On your body cam?
Yes.
No threats during that time.
No.
And your earlier concern, I think, was that you didn't want to be painted in a bad light, like you opinion about other officers having been detailed on his YouTube channel, correct?
Objection has to be exploded.
It has been asked and answered. I assume this is an introductory question to an next item increase, so I will allow.
I'm sorry, again, sir.
Yeah, when you're, before, what you're talking about in terms of being portrayed in a bad light,
Yes.
you not wanting to be portrayed in a bad light.
Yes.
You're referring to YouTube videos that you've seen in the
Yes.
past
Yes.
that sort of bring
Yes.
police officers into a bad light.
Yes.
Well, but in your 2 hours of discussions with Mr. Reyes, you learned that he doesn't only do that, right? He doesn't only portray police officers in a bad light, right?
Objection, I'm not entirely sure what you mean,
Okay.
sir, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, there's a question, there's an objection.
Oh, I'm just trying to.
Teresa, perhaps if you stand and speak up with regard to making an objection, it'll help Sergeant Jacobellis know there's an objection.
Here's my
The
objection.
objection is it's an irrelevant line of question.
Right.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Didn't Mr. Reyes tell you, sir, that he would portray you in a good light because you were a good cop and handled the situation well?
He did, yes.
He did. And did he go through any other incidents? Did you have any other discussions about when cops do good things? He puts that on his YouTube channel too? If you can recall.
I don't believe he said he puts it on his YouTube channel. I think at the very end there, we saw that he said something to the effect that we should try and lift up the good old.
Sure.
But that's not what's on that channel.
And in the conversations you had with Mr. Reyes, there was a lot of extraneous stuff like going out to lunch, having beer, was it space
I
cops
don't
or
think we
space?
mentioned beer.
You don't think you mentioned?
There was a lot of extraneous conversation because, and I knew this question, so to try and phrase it the best way I can. So Mr. Reyes was very respectful. He was willing to communicate with me, and he was reasonable. But he had very different viewpoint. And typically in life, those are the kind of people that you're going to learn the most from and that are the most interesting. Someone with a different viewpoint than you, who's also reasonable and willing to communicate with you. You don't get that every day.
Fair. So it's a learning experience by a nice guy.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, it was just that he made it for good conversation.
Right.
Happy to.
But you don't recall saying to Mr. Reyes, hey, let me go take the dogs out, let's go to dinner, we can have a beer?
I think lunch. I don't think we said beer. I think let's go to lunch.
Fair
I
enough.
think we mentioned beer. We might have mentioned drinks. I'm not sure.
Drinks,
No, I don't think beer.
And you weren't doing that to butter Mr. Reyes up.
No, I was interested in talking to him.
There's an objection, Judge, I heard this one.
I'm gonna withdraw the.
I heard objection.
That was gonna be-
The question's already been answered.
Well, as you can see by the video, we had, there was quite a long diatribe, and most of it wasn't even interested in talking. This whole thing was very intriguing to me, because until the Island incident, I had never heard of First Amendment auditors. So the whole thing, I had it off. You can see in the video.
But you weren't inviting him to lunch and drinks or a beer, let's say, because you wanted them to let the case go or anything like that, right?
No, as you can see, I have full intent in investigating it. I told him what my next steps were, and that's indeed what I did.
And I think you told Mr. Reyes that you were going to submit a warrant in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And who was the warrant? Which arrest was the warrant in support? Was that for Mr. Reyes?
I submitted a warrant for Mr. Reyes' arrest. Yes.
How long after July 21st did that, July 21st, how long after that happened? I'm sorry, officer, one second, just check my notes from the day. The date of the incident in this case is, I believe, July 15th.
Yes.
How long after July 15th did you do that?
Well, I investigated the case. I had found out information the next day, and to be honest, I can't even recall. I have all that information's in-house. I have access to it, but I can't even tell you honestly when after I wrote.
You said you had the luxury of time to Mr. Reyes when you read the log into the alert.
Yes.
And did you have, you had the luxury of time to investigate what happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you investigated it, you submitted a warrant, not for Phil,
correct,
but for Mr. Reyes, correct?
Correct.
But it was Phil Janusa who was the person who was originally complaining about, correct?
Phil Janusa was originally complaining about, yes.
Right. And in terms of the conduct that occurred in the stairwell, your words to Mr. Reyes was, hey, I don't agree with what he did.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
Phil was wrong.
I don't agree with.
Did you say that?
Objection relevance.
So that's sustained, that's not relevant, and I think the line of questioning, the warrant, Mr. Reyes, was for the fatality, it wasn't just for the incident in the stairwell, right? You're juxtaposing his conduct in the stairwell with Mr. Janusa's conduct in the stairwell, that's what you're doing?
Well, something like that, but I know that we're here for this particular instance about the trespass and focusing, trying to focus on.
7/15/21 in total.
Right, okay. Yeah. So when you talk about other police reports or other investigation, that wasn't in relation to the occurrences of July 15th, 2021 that involved Mr. Reyes in the clerk's office, right?
I'm sorry, that was confusing.
So, sure, you said that the warrant that you did was after, and you had some time and you did some investigation, correct?
Yes.
But earlier you did say that you submitted a warrant for Mr. Reyes, correct?
Correct.
And the warrant that you're talking about, is that different from one that you prepared for somebody else after the 21st of July?
No, objection relevance.
Approach, off the record, approach.
Go back. Sir, as you see,
So the question, the objection to that question is sustained. You can ask.
So, we're here for Mr. Reyes in relation to July 21st, correct?
Objection relevance.
July 15th.
I'm sorry, you're right, you're right. It's July 15th. Right? I don't know why I have the 21st.
Neither do I.
Well, I did that earlier in the
Yeah.
day, remember I got June and
Well,
July.
see, two Ps.
It happens.
Yeah, great minds.
Someone asked a question.
Thank you. So we're here for that date, July 15th, 2021, right?
Yes.
And when you say there was another investigation or a further investigation, that didn't involve Mr. Reyes and the conduct that's alleged to constitute criminality on the 15th of July, 2021, right?
So when I say there was further investigation, so I'll just give a little diatribe here so that we
I'm
can.
going to object because it's not responsive to the question.
Ask the question again, re-listen to the question. Objection is sustained. What is your question?
The only warrant you prepared was for Mr. Reyes, correct?
Correct.
And that warrant pertained to conduct on the 15th of July, correct?
The morning of the 15th of July.
The morning of the 15th of July, not beyond the 15th of July.
Correct. My incident we saw on body camera, that's my incident.
Right. So anything that you do after the 15th of July has nothing to do with Mr. Reyes and what he's charged for, correct?
Objection relevance.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand it. I'm sorry. I'm trying
So the
to.
question is, the objection is sustained. Anything you do, anything he does is not relevant to that investigation that day. Be more specific.
Did any investigation that you undertook
With regard to
after July
Mr. Reyes?
15th pertaining to Mr. Reyes, was there any such investigation?
After, any investigation that I partook after July 15th.
Correct.
Well, so I'll just give a little diatribe.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the form of your question. I don't understand it.
It's a yes or no.
I don't understand it. Are you asking me if besides this investigation into this incident on July 15th, were there any other investigations into Mr. Reyes? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Can you answer that question? Besides the investigation for the conduct that day that we've all seen,
Yes.
besides that incident, did you undertake any other investigations regarding Mr. Reyes being the subject matter of the investigation?
No.
There's your answer.
So you didn't learn anything further about Mr. Reyes and his conduct on July 15th from the subsequent investigation.
I may have learned that he was arrested later that day, but it had nothing to do with this investigation.
Okay, and that's where I'm going. When Mr. Reyes was arrested, you weren't the arresting officer, right?
No.
And when Mr. Reyes was arrested in the town clerk's office on the 15th of July, 2021, you didn't see any of it, correct?
Correct. I was there that day, but I was in a different party. I was on a different.
And so you have no personal knowledge of what occurred, correct?
The specifics of it, no.
And nonetheless, you prepare a warrant based on that conduct to have Mr. Reyes arrested. Is that what you did?
I'm going to object because that mischaracterizes the testimony. He said he had
Question.
in the morning, not the afternoon.
Sustained. It does mischaracterize the testimony. Ask a question, Tracy.
Sir?
Yes.
You weren't present in the clerk's office the afternoon of July 15th, 2021, correct?
Objection has to be
sustained.
Okay.
We've had that.
Did the warrant that you did for Mr. Reyes pertain to conduct that occurred on July 15th, 2021 in the town clerk's office in the afternoon, sir? Yes or no, if you can? No.
Has to be
Okay. We're taking a recess. Council in chambers now.
All rise, course now in recess.
Tracy Seeger, your witness.
Yes, sir. Okay, officer, before the, sorry, Sergeant. Before the break, I was inquiring about the warrant that you did in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm just specifically asking you, did that warrant that you did pertain to conduct that happened on the 15th of July in the afternoon at the town hall?
No.
Well, what did it pertain to?
The incident that was outlined in my body camera, for lack of a better term. More.
Okay, so your testimony is that the warrant that you worked on pertained to conduct that stopped before the afternoon of July 15th, 2021?
The conduct would have stopped. The incident that occurred that we were speaking about.
In other words,
it's a separate CFS. It's a different case.
Separate CFS.
Separate case number.
Separate thing. But, and this thing here, why we're here today, pertains to a trespass infraction and a creating public disturbance infraction. You didn't do any warrant or investigate that, did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the, I'm sorry, I know, I didn't hear the question.
You didn't investigate that on the 15th of July, 2021, right?
That's the reason for objection.
Okay. We just went through this 5 seconds ago, 30 feet away. The question was, the first question was, you had nothing in, the warrant you submitted was for the incident on the stairwell when you were there in the beginning, before he went back to the, before he went back. So now the question is, your investigation did not pertain to the arrest which took place later that afternoon when you returned to town.
No, I have zero, I have zero to do or zero investigation with the afternoon's incident. That was Officer Contreras, Officer Farrell.
So you can't testify about anything factual that happened on the 15th of July, 2021 from your own personal observations of Mr. Reyes, correct?
The afternoon?
Yes.
Only what's been shown in court that we all, you know, only what I've seen.
Fair enough.
From his videos in the body cam that we've seen here.
But again, from your personal observation on that.
From my personal observation, no.
You don't even know what happened.
Well, I know what happened.
Just to be.
There's an objection.
Actually, I will draw it. I'm gonna see if I can wrap up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I gotta pay attention.
Yeah, no, Sergeant, you're trying to do a professional job in cross-examination.
Mr. Pinter, do you know who he is?
Les Pinter, he's the corporate counsel.
In the course of your investigation pertaining to Mr. Reyes, the morning of, did you have occasion to speak with Mr. Pinter?
No.
But what about the town clerk? I think it's Jan Geiger?
No.
You didn't speak either one of them?
No.
Okay. Based on the videos that you saw, actually, first of all, when did you see the videos of the incident that we're here for? If you can recall.
Which ones, sir?
Any of them.
And,
Well, I'll narrow the focus. Did you see a video of interaction between Mr. Reyes and the clerk and Mr. Janusa?
Mr. Reyes, clerk, and Mr. Janusa. I think sometime after I have watched a couple more of his videos pertaining to Danbury, I don't know.
Okay. And sir, when you went into City Hall on July 15, 2021 in the morning, did you happen to see Exhibit 5, this policy? Actually, they should show me the actual exhibit.
And I don't think that's the actual exhibit.
He's going to get the actual.
I'm gonna get that, it's got my signal.
I just want the record to be protected and portrayed accurately.
See that policy on the door at all?
There were a lot of postings on the door. I remember seeing something, all visitors must sign in.
Right.
It was a while ago. I can't,
If you don't recall, you don't recall.
If you don't recall,
There was a lot of reading, no.
Did you recall it? It's a simple quick question. You don't recall from reviewing your body camera that this was on the door either, correct?
Oh, I have to, we could look.
Fair enough. No, we don't want to do that. Just see if you can remember. And then same thing with respect to Exhibit 2. If you can recall that being on the door anywhere?
I thought it was something that was
Like a
letter, just all signed.
Okay. And it's just same thing with respect to the body cam that you reviewed. You recall this being on the door by way of you reviewing your body camera. That's Exhibit 2 for the record.
I didn't review, I went through it.
It's okay.
Fair enough.
No.
It's okay. Yeah. I'll mix mine up. And one moment, just take a quick look, Judge. I need to be able to wrap up.
So see where this.
No further questions, Judge.
Jerry said.
Did he finish?
He said no further questions.
Is there a reason you told Mr. Reyes not to go back to City Hall? I think it's on the video. Why did you tell him that? Not to go back to City Hall?
Just because I thought, objection, Your Honor, this goes beyond the scope of my cross-examination. I didn't delve into this officer telling anybody to go back to City Hall. It goes beyond the scope of my cross-examination.
As part and parcel, he asked about the whole interview with the guy, with the defendant.
What's discussion in the interview and discussion if he likes to coach witnesses? I will allow questions.
Is there a reason why did you tell Mr. Reyes not to return to City Hall?
Objection, Your Honor, what's the relevance of it?
I assume it's preliminary. I will give you some
There's some question about you, when you were speaking to Mr. Janusa about the importance of coaching. Is there a reason why you told Mr. Reyes not to return to City Hall?
Objection, Your Honor.
overruled. Answer the question.
Because I didn't think I knew could, but typically, if there's already been an incident between two people, it's in my interest to try and, if I can, those two people to stay away from each other. That's just, that's what every police officer does in that. You know, I've told people in similar cases in domestic, look, you can stay here, but it's not a good idea if you do stay here. I'm just trying to, and I said it jokingly, knowing that it's not.
That'd be good. What was one moment? Thank you.
Again, sorry. On the subject matter of going back to the city of Danbury that you were just asked questions about by the state's attorney, okay? Didn't you also tell him that it was legal for him to do that, sir?
Yeah, of course it's legal for him to go back.
Those are your exact words.
Yes.
Even if I don't want you to go there, it's within your legal rights to do so. It's legal. That was your words, right?
Yeah.
No further questions, sir.
Is that?
Nothing further.
Sorry, give me a second.
I don't like it.
Dave, any further witness?
At this time, you're on the state rest.
State rest. Here is 407.
Yes, sir.
Do you intend to call any witnesses? If so, I'll make the necessary appearance.
Just for the purposes of the record, I'd like to file a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Hand that up to Your Honor, and I'll also give it to the clerk.
Just give it to him.
I just officially short arm. Sorry.
Give it to me, I'll hand it to him.
No, I did not receive, my state did not receive the promotion.
I received it 14 seconds.
Okay, thank you. It's rather voluminous, I would take some, let's take that for some time to review it.
So what I'm intending to do here in that, it is not usual. Oftentimes, in cases, there's an oral motion for judgment of acquittal made at the close of the state's case. And sometimes they're denied, sometimes they're granted, and oftentimes action on them is deferred until the end of the defense case, if in fact the defense is going to present a case, and then it goes right to deliberation. This is a court trial, obviously not a jury trial. The law with regard to motions for judgment of acquittal usually files a jury trial, and the jury can reasonably find X. I have the motion here. This is obviously a written motion, researched with citation and attached case law. It is 18 pages in length. So what I would like to do is defer, continue to see if the defense is putting on a case, and then certainly I will render a decision on this. I'm looking at these 18 pages, and then we proceed to closing argument if in fact the case was still pending at that point.
Yeah, just one moment,
Yeah.
Judge, Attorney Goodwin just pointed something technical out. It is it's named judgment of acquittal. Also, there's some request for a motion to dismiss in there because the charge is against him. The statute as applied by this constitution.
Just all I see is a document 18 pages in length that you presented to the court for the first time, about 406, titled Motion for Judgment of Acquittal. It's not titled Motion for to Dismiss. Well, so you kind of gradually work up to a motion to dismiss within the motion for judgment of acquittal?
No, I think that the motion is appropriately filed at this point, so I have to wait for the close of the case. But I'm just drawing the court's
So
attention.
I'm asking you, if somewhere in these 18 pages becomes a motion for motion to dismiss versus a motion for judgment of acquittal,
Yes.
you would agree those are two different things.
Yes, that's why I'm pointing it out.
So I would defer judgment on that too.
Thank you.
Does the defense intend to call any witnesses? I will canvass anyway. Certainly, Mr. Reyes, who are the defendant in this case, and in a jury trial, I will tell you if in fact you decided to testify, or you decided not to testify, there'll be instructions given to the jury, explaining to them that no prejudice is to be placed upon you if you don't testify, and certainly if you do testify, they should assess your credibility as they would assess the credibility of other witnesses, right? So that's kind of the usual canvas that's made. You have the right to testify. You're the only one who can make the final decision whether you want to testify or not. Counsel has just indicated to the court that he doesn't intend to call any witnesses, so I'm going to assume that means you have made the decision to not testify yourself in this matter.
No, Your Honor, I won't testify. I stand on the video evidence.
Right, so you're not going to be testifying here.
I will be testifying here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it is now 4:11. Here is my suggestion. I will take the rest of the day, look at the 18-page document here. On Monday, we will have, I will make rulings on this preliminarily to any closing argument, and if there's still a case that there's going to be closing argument for, we'll go right to closing argument at that time. And then, depending on the length of the closing argument and where we are in the day, I would begin to deliberate, if I can, the same day. Certainly, sometimes in situations like this, deliberation takes place over the course of downtime, amongst other things, and they're called back when there's a verdict. But certainly in the circumstances here, I would try to be as expeditious and efficient as possible. Okay? So that's generally the plan. Does the 2 o'clock still work? Because I still have a docket I do in the morning.
The council approach is on a matter very briefly.
Yeah, and as an aside, when we have the sidebars, those are not for, because I'm sure you have microphones here far better than we have in the state system. So just so when you're going through, gentlemen, the sidebars when we're off the record, that means we're off the record. That's understood? Yeah. Okay. So we're off the record now.
Look at this traffic and watch the clock.
That's what he's doing. Oh, God.
All right. You be seated. Okay, so we spoke in chambers just for scheduling purposes. So the way, if in fact closing arguments become something that are going to take place, we're going to take place Monday. We're going to do 2:15 again. But I will render a decision with regard to the motion for judgment of acquittal, which also apparently speaks to issues regarding requests and motion to dismiss. I will look at that. Like I said, I just received it today. If in fact the case survives that, we'll proceed to closing argument. You understand, all the counsel here are experienced. The state will get 1 hour, which they can split into 2 arguments, and those arguments are sandwiched around Attorney Seeger and Attorney Krupinger's argument, which they would have an hour as well. Certainly, there's no one to stop you from taking less time, but I will not be giving you any more time. So each party will have a total of 1 hour to sum up whatever positions they have with regard to a closing argument in the case. At that point, depending on what time it is, I will go into deliberation, but certainly under the circumstances here, I would suspect if there's enough information here, that it may wind up being certainly either a written decision or more of a prepared decision that will read onto the record at a future time. I'm told that we have a potential conflict coming up after that, so certainly I wanted to get at least that part of it done. So on the 30th, we'll finish, and then we'll talk about a date when we'll come back in if and when there's a verdict. Okay, does that seem fair? That accommodates people's schedules. It allows us to finish with the exception of obviously the important aspect of it, ensuring the deliberation, right? As you know, there's no jury here, so it would be me. And with regard to the way I'm going to go about the deliberation, the disorderly conduct, 53A 182, jury charge for disorderly conduct is almost exact with the elements to the creating of disturbance 53A 181A. There's no obviously prepared jury charge for creating of disturbance, but the elements with regard to disorderly conduct and creating of disturbance, the subsection which the state is moving on here, are the same. So I'll be using essentially that analysis with regard to the elements that have to be met, each one beyond reasonable doubt. I think I mentioned that to you in passing, but for the record, I'm going to make sure that you all understand. With regard to the simple trespass, simple trespass really is a two-element crime, and you can see it and go from there.
I just want to put one thing on the record, because this is relevant to the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal. Where Mr. Janusa orders the defendant to leave, they 2 or 3 times in the stairwell. I know the court said he did not come within an exception to the hearsay rule. The state had offered it.
You're offering it as a verbal act, I would assume?
So I want the record to reflect the stated now is also properly the theory that it constitutes a verbal act.
So a verbal act, generally speaking, is a verbal statement which communicates a legal obligation to another individual. Attorney Seeger, Attorney Cooperman. So that's essentially, they've rested, but essentially what they're asking me is to be able to consider when Mr. Reyes was asked to leave by Mr. Janusa.
Yes.
Mr. Janusa, as you know, everything he says can't be offered for the truth, based upon the fact that would be hearsay. What I think Attorney Zender is doing is offering that particular statement, you have to leave, or something, an instruction to leave the building as a verbal act, communicating a legal obligation to Mr. Reyes. I'm not saying I will take it as such, but I'm certain that he has to be able to consider that statement as a verbal act. Is there any objection to that based upon your understanding of the laws of evidence as much as mine?
Mr. Cooperman wants to address this, right?
Your Honor, I would say this: in order for it to be a verbal act, has some legal authority, legal binding, there would have to be some foundation that the speaker had the authority to do so. There has been no evidence in this case that Mr. Janusa had the authority to do so. So that would be my objection, that there's no foundation for it to be used as a verbal act.
There's been a wealth of evidence introduced to the state's case in chief that Mr. Janusa was indeed the security guard hired by the City Hall to act in that capacity, from the town attorney, the town clerk, as well. So that statement I
was kind of operating as the gatekeeper to the building, but I think Attorney Cooperman's specific objection is he's not, a town employee potentially, maybe, but he's certainly not an officer of the law, right? That's your essentially
That
objection.
is part of it, Your Honor. There's been testimony, one, that he's not an employee, he's hired by an outside company, he's responsive to that. There's evidence in the videos that he's routinely overruled by everyone in that building, the clerk and the lawyer. So there's no evidence that he has any authority to leave anyone. In fact, the witnesses who testified here, especially, I believe.
I understand your objection, and I understand the state's offer of proof. I will review my notes, make a ruling on that on Monday as well.
I would also add that the video itself shows on his sleeve, it says Allied Security, something to that effect, on Mr. Janusa's.
Well, I don't think Attorney Cooperman is saying that he's not a security guard. I think he's saying that he's not, there's no foundational testimony to establish that he has the right to tell anybody.
I would say.
I ask your offer of proof to have that matter be considered by me as a verbal act is noted. Your objection there too. Is there anyone would like to say about that before I then will rule on that on Monday?
Just that it cannot be said that I did not preserve the record, Your Honor. I would also go so far as to say there's even more so no evidence that he has the authority to eject anyone specifically from the clerk's office. In case it's a.
In case that's where I'm going to actually understood.
Well, though it was the clerk herself, Ms. Gabler, who were the defendant out.
Well, that person testified.
And she did testify.
So this is your specific request right now is to have the court consider the statements regarding demanding or instructing Mr. Reyes to be made by the security guard for Phil Janusa. That is your offer of proof you're asking.
In multiple places, the stairwell, the clerk's office.
I got it. You're saying that when he asks Mr. Reyes to leave, it is a verbal act, therefore not a hearsay statement, therefore admissible even though he did not testify. You're saying there's no foundational testimony to show that he had the authority to, in fact, let that authority to actually make him know, to render that duty upon, to strike that he has that duty to go, right?
Yes, sir.
Legal obligation to go. Got it. Any other evidentiary issues that you want to discuss at this time with regard to the information that's before this court in the motion, to be specific? Motion has been granted to anything on those tapes that have been observed and listened to by the court and find fact in this situation where they have not been subject to cross-examination here. Those are hearsay statements unless otherwise an exception to the hearsay. Attorney Zedrick has made one.
I just want to. There is a part on the body cam of Officer Yacobelis at the 1837 mark in the morning, where I think it's Sergeant Fernandez, Roy Fernandez, tells the defendant, the only thing you can't do is film within the department and disrupt the business. The defendant does not object or comment on that. I'm going to respectfully submit that that is an adopted admission.
The silence as to him setting forth what he can and cannot do.
Yep. There's no objection or comment from the defendant. I'm going to argue that that's an adopted admission by the defendant and it constitutes an exception to vigorous statement.
My understanding.
And wait, who's the statement uttered by?
Officer Rui Fernandez.
Okay.
I have here in my notes, it's the 1837. So that's the morning in the parking lot.
Your Honor, I would object to that because that is not what an adoptive admission is. An adoptive admission is when somebody is, say, silent in the face of an accusation of the kind that one would respond. This is an instruction. So if somebody tells me, you can't come in with that shirt on, and I say nothing, doesn't mean that I agree that I can't come in with the shirt on, or that I will come in with the shirt on. That's not an adoptive admission.
Let me further submit that this too would also constitute a little act.
Again, Your Honor,
I say that in the alternative.
Got it. Your objection is the same with regard to the verbal act as it was for the verbal act offer of proof with regard to Mr. Janusa?
Well, same idea. There's no foundation that this, in fact, the evidence is the police officer who simply shows up and says that that's his view of the law. And quite frankly, if that's what the state wants to offer, I would take every other police officer's testimony, statements that he's not doing anything illegal, that what Mr. Ray is doing is fine, should be just as equally admissible for the same proposition. So, yeah, what's good for the goose is good for the others.
That's setting a really different context.
I'll issue. I understand both offers proof. Does the defense have any offer proof to anything in the videos that they feel should be admissible, despite the motion that they're being granted? Actually, their motion.
Yes, Your Honor. There was a video played of, I believe, Sergeant Stradici walking in to speak to the clerk. Prior to speaking with the clerk, he's looking for the clerk. There are members of town hall who make statements that to the effect that they're familiar with Mr. Reyes. and are aware of his YouTube channel. It is not being offered for the truth of what it asserts. In other words, what they say is, oh, I saw the video that shows such and such. We don't care whether the court finds that they saw a specific video. Is they're familiar who he is, familiar with his work. It's knowledge on the part of agents of town hall, and it's relevant for the part of our argument that this is a policy being selectively enforced against our client for exercise of his First Amendment rights. Testimony at the trial has been, there was a June 10th incident, followed by a one-day opposite of deep dive memo, which identifies him specifically. That's
evidence.
And that video is the July 10th. The town is aware of who he is, aware of the content of his videos. This becomes now a content, at least our position is, as outlined in our memo.
Do you know who specifically makes the statements?
Their names are not available to us. It's not evident on the video. However, they make it in the presence of the police officers. They're clearly employees that have speaking capacity.
Saying it shows the state of mind of those individuals? How is it not here?
It's not their state of mind.
What are you what are you offering for this?
Knowledge of our client's work. And it's relevant specifically for finding a content-based restriction.
Two individuals that you don't know who they are and may or may not have anything to do with the crafting of the policy which you believe is being selectively enforced.
We do not know who they are. We know that they're town hall employees. They know they're in the city clerk's office. They're agents of the government, same way that police officers can be
Right, but the reason why you think it's relevant is because it shows that perhaps the people that generated policy which you believe is being selectively enforced did so because specifically they knew Mr. Reyes in his pursuits.
Yes, Your Honor, it's supported by the memorandum. The memorandum refers to the specific.
This memorandum?
Yes, Your Honor. No, I'm sorry, the memorandum, which is in the exhibit. Yes,
got
two memorandum.
Oh, the memorandum from
attorney, from the corporate attorney Pinter, yes. That specifically refers to Long Island Audit, which is the YouTube channel.
Understood, but the person who makes the statement is Attorney Pinter?
No, Your Honor.
I will hold from ruling on it now, but that would be the court's concern on that. I understand the point of your objection, but I think that you are looking to have random statements made by individuals who may not have had any say or any kind of influence with regard to the generation of any kind of policy. I understand your point though, and it goes to your overriding defense of that this whole thing was selectively enforced upon one individual.
Yes.
Again, I'm going to object to considering it.
I would expect that. I think you would have an objection to anything the other side was on. Anything more?
No.
Okay, look. We tried to do the best we could to be as expeditious as possible. Sometimes when things take longer than we anticipate. Certainly when I came up with this particular idea to try and have the video in, I thought it would streamline things. I don't know if it did. Certainly if it did, I shudder to think what it would have been like if it hadn't been. But we are here now. I want to appreciate everybody's professionalism. We've all been zealous advocates. SUES, you have been here, continuing to be patient as we tried to get to you. You see that it's not like, there's nothing going on. We're trying always to get to your matter. And the way this has worked is I use every moment of the day when I'm not doing the daily docket to do that. So I appreciate all of your assistance and the staff as well. So on Monday at 2, be here. We'll start as soon as we possibly can. I will make rulings on what I have in front of me, and then we proceed to closing. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just gonna jump right into the conclusion. I got it pulled up right here. Go ahead and see how this went. Hold on, let me go.
To be released compared to the $90 fine of the legal expenses that go throughout this on both sides, on the defense as well as the prosecution. It just seems absurd. And to that effect, I did hear the state's attorney who was prosecuting me say that this was a stupid infraction trial. I wouldn't agree with that statement, only because it exposed city officials, the state's attorney's office, the whole apparatus, police department, working together for retaliation. This comes down to the Danbury Public Library incident, where Officer Utter said 20 years ago I'd have been dead with my teeth missing and that he would have done it himself.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. His teeth would be missing.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
All right. Back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. So this is State versus Reyes. Couple things before we proceed to closing arguments. I was given on Friday a motion for judgment of acquittal, and although the court, in the one case that kind of dealt with this in court trials, never quite ruled on it with regard to the waiver. State versus Sealy is the case, 326 Connecticut 65. I'm going to rule on the motion for judgment of acquittal now, and then we can go from there. I think it was kind of nebulous in my memory over the weekend when I was working in this. Obviously, timing is a factor. I think the motion for judgment of acquittal was made prior to the decision by the defense not to present any evidence. Normally, when it's done at the close of the state's case, you are entitled to a ruling on the motion for judgment of acquittal prior to your decision whether you're going to present any evidence or not. And that goes to potential sufficiency of evidence claims at appeal. I want to make sure that's preserved for you. You do waive afterward, but like I said, this was not a usual motion for judgment of acquittal oral motion. This was an 18-page document, meticulously prepared by counsel, and so I wanted to make sure that was given proper review. So to be able to keep that, your option open with regard to a potential sufficiency of evidence challenge, if it comes to that, I will rule now on a motion for judgment of acquittal. Obviously, practice book 42-40 through 4242 permits, and you quoted in the motion, it's direct quote, after the close of the prosecutor's case in chief upon motion of the defendant for an entry of a judgment of acquittal as to any principal offense charged and as to any lesser included offense for which the evidence would not reasonably permit a finding of guilty. Furthermore, if the motion is made after the close of the prosecutor's case in chief, the judicial authority shall either grant or deny the motion before calling upon the defense to present the defense case in chief. So that's where we are right now. And obviously now, looking quickly, There are two statutes here. One is creating public disturbance, which reads with intent to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk thereof. The defendant, in a subsection of the attorney center's proceeding on, the state of Connecticut proceeding on, annoyed, interfered with another person by offensive conduct. And then, as I indicated on Friday, offensive conduct must be such conduct that, under contemporary community standards, is so grossly offensive to a person who actually overhears it or sees it as to amount to a nuisance. And with regard to simple trespass, knowing that such person is not licensed or privileged to do so, such person enters or remains in or on any premises without intent to harm any property. With that being said, there's evidence here, of course, of Mr. Reyes, his appearance, not only in the library, but in the city hall on 3 separate occasions, once in June, then twice on the date in question, which was July 15th, 2021, ultimately resulted in the closing of 2 town offices. I mean, whether or not he's the proximate cause of that, or whether or not he was just a contributing, but not proximate cause of that, leads me to believe that there was a convenience, annoyance, or alarm. Him going back to the town hall after the morning interaction with Mr. Janusa, I think a reasonable finder of fact may be able to show that he recklessly created the risk of causing inconvenience or annoyance or alarm, certainly annoyed or interfered with other persons in theory, and that would be obviously the town clerk as well as the deputy corporation counsel. Now, with regard to knowing that such person is not licensed or privileged to do so, such person enters or remains in or on any premises without intent to harm the property, it is clear from the record that Mr. Reyes did enter and remain at the city hall that day, both in the morning and again in the afternoon. The issue is going to be whether or not he had awareness that he was not licensed or privileged to do so, and a reasonable finder of fact could look to the policies that are in evidence, along with the interaction with members of the staff at the building, to know that he was not back there, along with his comments at length to Sergeant Jacobellis during his interview. Like I said, it's the standard here is whether a reasonable fact finder could find it versus whether or not this fact finder is going to find it beyond a reasonable doubt. Under the circumstances here, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal and then proceed to closing argument. But before we do, there are 3 evidentiary issues which I wanted to bring forward, and they are as follows. There were 3 specific offerings of proof as to why 3 specific comments that would normally be hearsay should be allowed and considered by the trier of fact myself. The finding of fact here in this case. One was the specific order by the guard, Mr. Janusa, to Mr. Reyes to leave. The other was interaction with an officer for, is it Fernandez? Right, and that was where that officer opines as to what Mr. Reyes can and cannot do at the city hall. And finally, the last was an offer of proof made by Attorney Koopman to specific comments made by unidentified employees of the town of Danbury, indicating that they knew who Mr. Reyes was. So I'll take one at a time. I'll start with the last one. It seems to me that that particular offering of proof is those statements being offered for their truth, that they in fact knew who he was and he was who he is. So as a result, I believe that would be triggered, triggering the hearsay rule, which I don't know of any exception you have offered to the court that particular statement, since I think it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted to fit into missing. And that being said, those statements will not be considered by me in deliberation. With regard to the interaction with the other individuals, look to the following cases. State versus Watley says if the substance of the conversation sought to be admitted not for the truth of its content, but to establish the conversation itself had taken place, it is not hearsay. State versus Watley, 195, Connecticut 485. It's a 1985 case. Also, statements of others to show effect on the hearer or made not or reader are not hearsay on such issues regarding notice, intent, reasonableness, or good faith on the part of the hearer or the listener. State versus Nelson, 144, Conrad 678, and State versus Cruz, 212, Connecticut 351. One's a 2013 case, one's a 1989 case. And finally, with regard to effect on the hearer, evidence is only admissible in intent to establish a fact in issue or to corroborate other direct evidence in the case. An out-of-court statement is admissible to prove effect on the hearer only if it is relevant for the specific permissible purpose for which it is offered. That's State versus Miguel C, 305, Connecticut 562, State versus Robinson, 213, Connecticut 243, and State versus Cologne, 257, Connecticut 587, and then State versus Burnham, 288, Connecticut 548. So I'll take the interaction with the officer where he kind of gives a critique as to what he thinks Mr. Reyes can and cannot do, or what activity of Mr. Reyes would be a violation of the statutes here, or the criminal laws. He doesn't know what the charges will be at that point. So I'm going to find that even though it may be being proffered by Attorney Senator to show effect on the hearer, I'm certainly concerned about the relevance, because at that point, first of all, he's not in charge of determining what Mr. Reyes can and cannot do. He doesn't really have factual specifics with regard to those already taking place. He's basically talking in the hallway. So I'm going to find that although it may be admissible with regard to a non-hearsay purpose, i.e. effect on the hearer, I'm not going to look.
Sounds like $12. So,
is it one of the cameras?
How is it?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's Attorney Sears' cell phone.
I have a insulin alarm.
If you need to do that, I will take a recess immediately for that.
No, it's good.
Are you sure?
Should just turn the alarm off so it goes up.
Well, that's probably not great. I mean, if you needed to.
Okay.
So I'm gonna find that all of that might be normally something I would consider for effect on the hearer. I'm gonna find that it's not relevant to my determinations that need to make in the case. So that's will not be reviewed. And finally, with regard to the interaction between Mr. Janusa, where he indicates leave when there is a reluctance by Mr. Reyes to head to sign in or take the pass before he goes upstairs. I think this is relevant as an effect on the hearer, to the effect that it may have had any influence on the formulation of Mr. Reyes' opinion as to whether or not he needed to comply with the sign-in requirement during COVID, which was in place on the day in question, 7/15/2021. So in short, the interaction with Mr. Janusa is going to be reviewed for its effect on the hearers, particularly with regard to notice. Second, the interaction with the other officer will not be reviewed here as part of my deliberation, based upon the fact that although it may be admissible for its not for truth and matter asserted, because it's effect on the hearer, I don't think it's relevant. And then thirdly, the interaction that Attorney Cooperman and Attorney Seeger wishes to show, that is, the individuals there knew who Mr. Reyes was. I understand the nature for their proffer, but under the circumstances here, that's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, that they in fact knew who Mr. Reyes was. Therefore, those are hearsay statements and not admissible. So that is where the court has ruled on those particular issues. Are there any other issues to come before the court before we go to closing argument? No. With that being said, it is 3 p.m. and as I indicated on Friday, although there's no jury, these are infractions, they still are criminal charges to a degree, and as a result, I'm not going to stray from the usual time limits put forth in the practice book with regard to closing arguments. I will allow both sides a maximum of an hour, and as all lawyers, all counsel here knows, Attorney Zender will have the opportunity to go first. Since he has the burden of proof, he can split up his hour into 2 arguments, and then with regard to Attorney Seeger and Attorney Cooperman, as the defense counsel here, they will have a full hour if they go without interruption, but for recess if it's requested. That is obviously the norm in criminal trials, and that will be the norm here. Anything further on that, John?
Mayor.
Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Attorney Zender?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna basically commence my remarks for the same admonition I would have given before a jury who would have been a fact finder in such a case, which is, obviously, I'm going to make reference to the law and certain facts which are brought out. Mainly, we're fortunate insofar as most of the evidence, I'd say probably 89% of it, was memorialized on tape. So there shouldn't be a dispute necessarily on who said what in terms of what was admissible under the court's ruling. To the extent, obviously, that I refer to principles of law, I am mindful that Your Honor's understanding of the law certainly supersedes my understanding and controls whatever I say, and obviously the court would be obligated to dismiss anything that I say which is an inaccurate statement of law. And I would say that the same admonition goes through any evidence I may refer to the extent that the court's recollection differs from mine. I'm mindful that the court's recollection controls as a fact finder in this court trial. So I just want to make that clear that if I refer to anything which is not so, it was certainly not my intent. I just want to make that abundantly clear that I in no way intend to mislead the court factually or as a matter of law. The state was going to commence its remarks by citing the 2 statutes. I don't think that is necessary. The court read the 2 statutes at issue verbatim. I would note that I think the one case which is instructive for the court to consider in its deliberations is State versus, I'm going to mispronounce the name, but I will spell it for the benefit of our court reporter. It's Island Audit. It's spelled A-N as in Nancy, D-R-I-U-L-A-R-T-I-S. 169 Connecticut Appellate 286 came out in 2016. And as far as the intent goes in mens rea, it makes clear that the predominant intent must be to cause what a reasonable person operating under contemporary standards would consider a disturbance or impediment of a lawful activity. And of course, that case cites our Supreme Court's case of State versus Indosano at 228, Connecticut 795 at page 810 from 1994. I am mindful that under the statute involving offensive conduct, that the judicial gloss placed by the Indosano court shows that the states must prove that the conduct by the accused gave rise to what's called grossly offensive conduct. And the court went on in that appellate court case to say that in no way to interfere with another person means disturb or impede the lawful activity of another person. The concept of contemporary community standards requires that the material in question be judged by its impact by an average person rather than a particularly susceptible or sensitive person, or indeed a totally insensitive person. And that the court consider not only the words that we use, but all of the surrounding circumstances must be considered on a case-by-case basis. And I'm going to highlight the fact that it's all of the surrounding circumstances, because it's going to be the state's argument, which I'll say in a few moments, how the defendant's actions in its totality gave rise to conduct which can clearly be considered as grossly offensive, even under contemporary standards. And it says that court, appellate court, went on to say that among the surrounding circumstances are the manner of the occurrence, the repetition of the remarks, which is, I think, quite applicable in this case, and the relationship of the persons involved. Whether a particular conduct is grossly offensive under contemporary standards is a question for the fact finder. The state need not present evidence that a witness to the conduct was grossly offended by it. With that in mind, I think one of the videos, I know it says Exhibit 1 has a series of files on them, which is exhibit as full exhibits. subject to the court's limitations involving the hearsay rule. But I think that the June 10th backdrop, I would say that sets the stage for this, what happened here on July 15th, 2021. On that date of June 10th, 2023, when the defendant goes into the Danbury City Hall to serve an intent to sue, I would submit that if you look at the conduct and the demeanor of the security guard, Phil Janusa, he's very friendly, but of course things turn sour or deteriorate when the defendant refuses to give his name, even though there was a sign-in requirement on that date as well, that all visitors to City Hall must sign in. Mindful that this was the height of COVID, there were health and security concerns as well. And the defendant claimed that he wouldn't give his name because to do so would violate his Fourth Amendment rights. But I would ask the court and the accused for that matter, to look at the U.S. Supreme Court case of the United States versus Drake, which I think this court could also take judicial notice of, at 536 U.S. 194, 2002. In an opinion authored by then Justice Kennedy, it says under the Roman numeral 2, and I'm reading verbatim, law enforcement officers do not violate the Fourth Amendment's prohibition of unreasonable seizures merely by approaching individuals on the street or in other public places and putting questions to them if they're willing to listen. Then they cite their Florida versus Boyer at 460 U.S. 491, page 497 to 1983. Then the Drake opinion goes on to say, this is what's relevant really here, even when law enforcement officers have no basis for suspecting a particular individual, they may pose questions, ask for identification, and request consent to search luggage, provided they do not induce cooperation by coercive means. If a reasonable person would feel free to terminate the encounter, then he or she has not been seized. And clearly the defendant, because he did not comply, was free to exit City Hall on that day. But I think the June 10th sets the background. As far as the actual day of the question, on July 15th, that's all captured, of course, on the video. But there's a number of things that go on there. I think under State's Exhibit 2, if I remember, there was a sign that was rather conspicuous. I think it might have actually been two signs on each of the double doors that were glass, saying that all visitors to City Hall must sign in. Additionally, as the court is aware, under State's Exhibit number 3, the City of Danbury, Connecticut safety and security policies in effect. There was a sign-in policy where it says any person seeking entry to City Hall must obtain and complete a visitor form and obtain a pass. The pass must be returned upon completion of business in the building. The defendant did not do this. It also says sign-in information will be used for contact tracing for the purpose of COVID-19 prevention if necessary. And also on the sign-in policy, sign-in information is necessary for public safety, security, and privacy of people's businesses where appropriate. They also talked about a mask policy where all visitors must wear a mask when in the building regardless of vaccine status for the purpose of COVID-19 prevention. Then the really relevant part here, policy on specified, limited, or non-public areas, limitations of, and for activity including private filming / photography. Any persons filming or otherwise engaging in activity other than accessing a business office may do so upon notification to the security guard on duty and may thereafter conduct such activity respectfully in the public hallways and foyers. I would say to the court that that is rather unambiguous. The city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity where concerns exist involving disruption or public safety, or where the City Hall building use policy is more appropriate. It went on to say, in no event may such filming or otherwise video / photography occur at or across any counter or division point between an office foyer and the work area where employees and documents are being processed or submitted. Failure to comply may result in delay or denial of entry and access to the building. Then on number 5, which the city clerk Jen Skidler stated on number 5, visitor entry policy mirrors what I just mentioned about City Hall policies that anyone seeking entry to this public facility must obtain a visitor pass, which the defendant never did in either time, morning or afternoon. and the pass must be returned upon completion of their business in the building. This is necessary both for COVID prevention, for public safety, security, and privacy of people's business where appropriate. Anyone filming or otherwise engaging in activity other than accessing a business office within the building may do so upon notification to the guard on duty and complete a visitor form. They may thereafter conduct such activity respectfully in the public hallways. The city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity where overriding need or concerns exist involving disruption or public safety, or where the city hall building use policy is the more appropriate process for the business visit. In no event may such filming or otherwise video or photography occur at or across any counter vision point between an office, foyer, and the work area where employees and documents are being processed or submitted. Please feel free to ask any questions regarding the above described policy with the City of Danbury's Corporate Counsel. And if you remember on number 5, Ms. Gaylor testified that she saw this number 5, that exhibit on Mr. Janusa's desk from above. But it's the state's position that the conduct that gave rise to both the simple trespassing and creating a public disturbance really begins on the morning of July 15, 2021 in the City Hall in Danbury. The defendant does not sign in, and of course the sign-in sheet, which came in as a full exhibit, I think it was number 6, nowhere is the defendant's signature found in that sign-in sheet at all. I don't think that fact is even in dispute. He's told to fill out a form. The defendant claims he knows the rules of filming. He claims that he does not need a form and says, I'm not going to listen to this, and goes through the doors to the stairwell. This is all captured on tape. He tells the security guard he's not waiting down here, that not to touch him. Security guard, the court said is going to consider it for the effect on the hair. Tells him 3 separate times to go outside. The defendant tells the security guard he's involved in the wrong fight. All these other things are sort of offensive conduct. And then the defendant says, you're going to get out of my way. Look at the manner, the tone, the inflection of voice that the defendant says this, and all I think you'll see all these comments in the totality clearly give rise to grossly offensive conduct. He tells the security guard to get out of his way. He tells him he needs to calm down and stop. A customer then appears at that point in the video. He said, the defendant, I'm not filling out a form. He tells him, a very patronizing, condescending way to stand down. He said, you're preventing me from conducting business. He can go anywhere, go about wherever he wants to. He tells him to stand down again. And then he says to the viewer, for all his followers on YouTube, can you believe this guy? And then there's an employee of the town president when he says that. And then he says that to Mr. Janusa, the defendant, you don't want to go to jail. You don't want to lose your job. And of course, an employee is present when he says that. He says the defendant, he doesn't care about the rules. He tells him he's free to film anywhere. Then he says to him, the security guard, you're dismissed. And there's an employee in earshot of that comment. He said his job is to, quote, expose tyrants like you. Now, he doesn't even fit the definition of tyrant, so that's an offensive comment by itself, with a obviously very negative connotation. He calls him a tyrant with the attorney present when Mr. Attorney Pinder comes down, the deputy corporate counsel, while another person is present. He says to the attorney, your employees don't know the law. Tells the attorney and the security guard, they're not learning their lesson. He tells them that he can film across, the attorney tells him you cannot film across the counter, consistent with the exhibits that I just referenced in my remarks. The defendant then says to both Janusa and Attorney Pinder, he acknowledges being told things that, I'm going to say that he acknowledges that by being said, I'm being told things I already know. He claims he was illegally detained. He's told to leave the place there, so I don't know where he says there was illegal detention here. When told about that you can't film across the counter, the defendant replies to the attorney, have I ever done that? Well, we're going to see soon. He's soon going to do that. So his comments surely show that he is aware of the rules. He decides to blatantly disregard them, but that's his decision. It's a conscious decision by Mr. Reyes. He tells the attorney, the defendant, your city breaks the law and repeatedly tells the attorney that Mr. Janusa is going to jail. He then says to the attorney, I don't need you to tell me what to do. He tells the security guard, you're disrupting yourself right in front of the attorney. All of these things in their totality give rise to gross offensive conduct. He claims that the attorney tells him that any sensitive documents cannot be filmed across the counter. The defendant's reply to that, this is what I do. Then the defendant's been in litigation, tells Mr. Janusa again, you're going to jail. He said he's acting as a journalist. He says that the Danbury City Hall has not learned their lesson. He then tells the viewer, Phil, meaning the security guard, is unstable. He needs to be released of his duties immediately. And then says as a police cruiser goes by in the video, there goes your ride as the police cruiser goes by. Eventually the police do respond. And at some point in the now Sergeant Vito Iacobelis' body cam, then he was an officer, the defendant eventually goes down to the Danbury Police Department to file a complaint against Mr. Janusa. And he tells him during the interview, in a non-custodial interview, he said that people, this is the defendant talking, if people didn't act this way, he wouldn't have a career. He said, basically says at one point, let them hang themselves, meaning people, lose their cool with the defendant's interactions. Sometimes he has a video of people, filming people in public, says that nothing happens, and that's a waste of his time. He admits the defendant being deadpan while filming this thing. I would submit to the court, and consistent with Sergeant Iacobelis' testimony, that the defendant changes his demeanor, his attitude, his inflection of his voice changed quite a bit while he's talking to Officer Iacobelis. He says at one point in the video, if I cause a disturbance, well, that's up for interpretation. He says to the officer, I don't have to sign a form. That's not so, but that's his position. He then says later on in the interview, I think this is around the 244 mark, he talks about how not getting arrested is his goal. He says if he gets arrested, he has to wait for the criminal court process to play out before he can sue. And I think at the 319 mark, he says, if nothing happens when filming, that's what he technically wants. And then he states it might hurt his pockets that nothing does happen. But at the 208 mark in the video, this I think is the most compelling in terms of giving rise and showing what the defendant's intent is. They always talk about intent, of course, is the most elusive element there is. But I think his intent, and the fairest one at that, can be gleaned from the following colloquy between the defendant and then Officer Iacobelis. And this is what he says. You need to take a picture yourself, but hopefully I capture enough of it for the court and understand the gist of this type of dialogue back and forth. This is the defendant. I got to go back to City Hall, go upstairs and start filming. Officer Vito, don't do that. I mean, today? The defendant says, I have to. What do you mean? Officer Vito, Iacobelis, what do you mean you have to? The defendant's reply, I have to. I have no choice. I have to. Officer Iacobelis, dude, don't go back to City Hall. Come on, what are you doing? The defendant replies, I have to. And then Officer Iacobelis says in a sort of a kidding way, I forbid you. Can we grab a drink instead? The defendant says, I gotta go back. The defendant says, I have to go back. I have to. I have to just go back. And then at some point, Officer Iacobelis says, legally you can, but that changes things because you just had an incident with a security guard. The defendant replies, I have to. I have to make the point. I have to do it. And then he says, I didn't go to where the security guard prevented me from going. I think he says Phil, not security guard. And then he says, this is what's really telling. The defendant, if I don't do that, the people that watch my videos, it's not about my ego. It's for my videos. People are going to want to see that. Otherwise, there will be like, you never went upstairs, so you didn't prove any points. I think that truly shows what his intent is in going back to City Hall. And then the defendant does return to City Hall. And when he goes in, he has the whole thing captured on tape. And apparently, you can hear on the tape, a city employee says, "I'll be right with you, sir." And then he says, "I don't need any help, sir." It goes right to the doors, into the stairwell, up to the second floor. And then he says to the viewer, "So this is the first time they're allowing us to come upstairs and walk around the City Hall." Well, that's not true. Nobody gave permission. He didn't have a pass. He didn't sign in. So there he misleads the viewers on his videotape. Then Mr. Ray starts filming behind the tax collector's office first. He walks in right up to the counter and films behind it. From there, even though it's in violation of the order, he's been told that expressly by the notices and the city attorney Pinter himself. The defendant walks into the clerk's office, and there is the security guard, Mr. Janusa, and Janice Giggler. And they tell him, "You can't film here." He is told by Janice, "You're not allowed to film in public." And there's customers, of course, being waited on there. You can see the video. He says, I can film people and customers." Ms. Giggler tells the defendant to go in the hallway. He tells the security guard, Mr. Reyes, that is, he can film anywhere in public. He tells the security guard, in the presence of Ms. Giggler, he, meaning Mr. Janusa, is not going to be working there very long. He says to the security guard, "You got a couple more days at most." These are all degrading, highly offensive comments. He says he can film anywhere he likes to in public. He says that the security guard, in front of people present in that clerk's office, "You're a security guard. You're supposed to observe and record. You're not supposed to put hands on me." And then he tells the security guard, "You need to get another job." Again, Ms. Giggler tells the defendant, "You're not allowed to film in here." And then he, Mr. Reyes, tells Ms. Giggler, "I'm not going to leave because I have the right to do it." And she says, "No." And then at one point he said, "Why don't you call the Danbury PD and have them arrest me for a felony?" This is all in front of people in the room. And then he says on the tape, Mr. Reyes, "My job is to expose tyrants like you." It's like, I think, the third time I think he said that to Mr. Janusa that day, but this time in front of more people when he says it. And of course, he makes that comment about tyrants to Mr. Janusa right in front of Janice as well. And there's another employee behind the counter, I would submit within earshot when he says it. I think all of these things, the totality of them, give rise that his conduct is grossly offensive. And then Ms. Giggler tells the defendant, "You cannot disrupt my office because you're not supposed to be filming people in my office." And as you may remember, Ms. Giggler and Mr. Janusa both try to put their hands up to stop him from filming. Ms. Giggler testified that he had a camera right up near her face, which I think is also offensive by itself, having a camera shoved right up in front of your face like that. She orders the defendant to leave and go outside. He asked for FOI request forms. She said you have to send them a letter for that they don't have the forms. The defendant says to her that the police will tell you you're wrong. And then he tells, Mr. Reyes tells Mr. Janusa, "You gotta stop. It's just not worth it." The defendant then tells the security guard and people at the counter that it's his job to observe and report yet again. Ms. Giggler then tells the defendant to go outside. There's customers at the counter, and a few of them actually turn around at some point and see what's going on behind them. So I would submit that an average person would be offended by his conduct and all his derogatory, degrading, condescending, patronizing statements. And she says, Ms. Giggler, "When I am asking you to step outside," another employee, then at that moment of the video, you'll see he turns around. She tells him what he's doing is against the regulations. Again, the defendant tells Ms. Giggler he's not leaving. Mr. Giggler tells the defendant he is disruptive, and the customer looks at what's going on. Mr. Janusa then tells the defendant again he can't film over the counter. A person then looks up and sees that Mr. Janusa has now blocked the doorway when he has stepped outside. Now his hands, if you look at the video, are on the frame of the door. He's not being contrary to what he tells the viewer on the tape. And then he tells them both, Mr. Janusa and Ms. Giggler, that he can film anywhere that is publicly accessible. And then she says, not my employees and not my customers, as the customers please look up to see what's going on. And then the defendant says, I can film anywhere that is publicly accessible. And then it is at that point, I think that Attorney Pinter then shows up. He says at one point, I don't have to listen to your rules. She says again, you can't film my customers. He says he can't film. He said they have no expectation of privacy. And then he says the attorney, you should know that, in a very condescending, highly offensive, patronizing way. She tells the customer at one point not to back up, to not be on camera. And then the defendant tells the attorney, no, I'm sorry. Ms. Giggler tells the attorney, Mr. Pinter, that he won't get out. And he's falling out of the door. The attorney, Mr. Pinter, orders the clerk's office door actually closed and tells him to go in there and close the door. Now, he later, as you recall, on the video, he orders the town clerk door shut and then later the assessor's office. And I asked Ms. Giggler, in all the years she's been there, I think it was at least 12 years, not once before or after did she ever see the doors closed like that during normal business records, during normal business hours. The point being that his conduct was so disruptive, so offensive, so grossly offensive, that they felt the need to actually shut both doors because of how disruptive the defendant was. If you get, then when he walks to the assessor's office, once again, he's filming behind the counter, and this is all captured in the video because we have the benefit of that. And then he tells, Mr. Reyes tells the attorney, as an attorney, you should know the law, and says that with an earshot of employees. Again, very condescending, very offensive, very vulgar, very patronizing. All of these things, in their totality, as I said repeatedly, give rise to this grossly offensive conduct. Employees look on me, says that. Attorney Pinter then tells the defendant, let's go outside because that's the problem. Taxpayers have business going on here. Again, because the defendant's being so highly disruptive. He tells him to go outside of the office, but the defendant will not comply with that request. And then the defendant says, again, you're an attorney. I don't know why you don't know these things right in front of Mr. Janusa and others within earshot. He says to the attorney, why are you ignorant of the law? He tells the attorney he can override his rules. The attorney tells the defendant, your filming employees are disrupting. And they said the attorney says to the defendant, that's a disruption that's going on to result in a police officer having to come here and arrest you. He tells, Attorney Pinter tells the defendant that he's causing a disruption, so he's certainly on notice. The attorney tells Mr. Reyes that he cannot challenge him here because he's disrupting business. The defendant claims that anybody can do it and not have to take a card. He said that the rules violate my constitutional rights. Of course, he has no authority for that when he's actually called upon to ask what legal authority he has for that. And then he says, here's another quote from the defendant, which is also highly offensive. Normally, town halls are not this dumb to do this. Then when Attorney Pinter says, okay, so now we're dumb, and then he tries to correct himself, well, maybe not dumb, just ignorant of the law. That itself, by itself, I think could give rise to highly offensive conduct. Unfortunately, the court would have all this in its deliberation, the benefit of all these tapes. He mentions to Attorney Pinter that, employees, he's trying to protect employees when they're filling out documents, give the rationale why they have the rules. And the attorney Pinto says many of these documents are on tables, on chairs, on counters, and they're out there discussing business. Filming, you take a risk these documents will be publicly viewed. It's a risk to people. At one point during all this commotion, 2 women come out in the hallway who appear to be employees of City Hall. As the defendant himself acknowledges and says, why are they not working? I didn't force them to leave their offices and stop working. And the attorney tells them, right out, that's because you're disrupting. That's why they came out. The defendant claims several times that Mr. Janusa had assaulted him, but at the same time, when asked, he said he was not injured, that he had no marks on him, that expressed a decline in medical attention. And as the court is aware, to take judicial notice of, the assault in the third-degree statute requires the physical injury, impairment of physical condition or pain. So that his claim that he was somehow assaulted by the security guard is simply untrue as a matter of law. So I would submit, Your Honor, for all of these things in their totality, and I think that appellate court case that I cited in 2016 says the court can consider all of it. The repetition of it, although there's a lot of repetition here, all of that can be considered by the court that each one of those things, like a building block, give rise to grossly offensive conduct. Surely some of those statements can certainly by themselves in isolation can be considered grossly offensive conduct. No one should have to go through that kind of activity in their work experience in this nature. Town Hall has a right to have reasonable rules, which they do. These are not ordinary times, they're extraordinary times because of the COVID threat. Keep in mind, this was in July of 2021. I think you can infer that the spread of it was quite high at the time. They took reasonable measures, I think no more than 4 in office, that's why they had that card. These are all reasonable means. These rules have a rational, logical place for them, and the defendant, really by his own admission, decided to flagrantly ignore them, and by his words and conduct, he surely gave rise to creating a public disturbance, and certainly gave rise to the infraction of a simple trespass as set forth in Connecticut General Statute 53A-110A. Those are my remarks. For now, I do reserve the right to reserve to offer rebuttal to the court based on one of the attorney's remarks. Thank you.
That, of course, is your attorney's in there, and by we have 28 minutes left.
Thank you.
For a possible rebuttal argument. Attorney Seeger.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Definitely.
Judge, Mr. Reyes is not shouting fire in a crowded movie theater on July 15, 2021. And the video evidence before the court certainly doesn't depict a January 6th insurrection at Town Hall in Danbury. In spite of this case being an infraction, however, it does involve important constitutional issues. The court's going to be called upon to decide whether Mr. Reyes' conduct violates these statutes, certainly. But even if there is a finding that some violation has occurred, whether in their application to his conduct, his First Amendment and state constitutional rights to free speech are violated. To be sure, upholding constitutional rights, Your Honor, is not something that our citizens should be punished for, or rather something they're expected to do, and something the law favors, something the law commends. Just to address a couple of the opening comments that are striking to me that the state's attorneys made this morning. My friend indicates that patronizing is grossly offensive. He indicates that when a lawyer is told he doesn't know the law, it's grossly offensive. I wish I knew that in my practice more often, Your Honor. With government officials being told about any verbal disagreement, it's grossly offensive. Calling somebody a tyrant, that's just simply abusive ad hominem. It's also a legitimate criticism of governmental conduct. And I don't know what Phil and the original Saul has to do with anything that Your Honor is going to use in making a determination here, but certainly at common law, an unwelcome touching is an assault. And tracking counsel's argument, it's not as if Mr. Reyes goes into the stairwell in City Hall on July 15, 2021,
and uses some Jedi mind trick to force Mr. Phil Janusa to assault him. So the reason why I bring that up is because counsel indicates that for some reason this sets the stage. Well, we disagree with a lot of things, Judge. I'm going to try to go through as quickly as I can. It's a lot here, and I'll try to go over both charges, and I'll do my best not to rehash the case law and the judgment of acquittal motion. And although I adopt it, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. I'm just trying to connect the dots here, Judge. This is a lot of facts, and some of them overlap in the constitutional arguments, some of them overlap in the statutory analysis, and some of them, of course, we disagree on, and as the trier, you'll be called upon to make some assessment of those facts. So, like my friend points out, I don't mean to cite to any case law that I don't know what I'm talking about, or cite to any evidence that's subject to a motion to eliminate. The procedure is such that we try to do our best with that, and I'll try not to talk about anything that is that pertains to people whose statements may or may not get into. Now, we heard a lot about COVID, signing in, and secret documents, and safety concerns, and almost anything else that would justify Mr. Janusa's and Ms. Geiger's conduct on July 15, 2021. But what really is going on here, John? What's really going on? It's not really about signing sheets, Judge. Entering the front doors of City Hall proper. I mean, and I'll address that more in a few minutes, but aren't we really looking, Judge, at the evidence that we have in front of us, the details of the incident that takes place in the clerk's office after Mr. Reyes enters the City Hall stairwell, followed by Mr. Janusa, who at that point doesn't ask him, hey, sign in. Not asked in the afternoon to sign in when he goes up to the clerk's office. Aren't we really looking at the incident where Mr. Phil is lying in wait in the clerk's office in the afternoon because he knows full well that Mr. Reyes is going there? And are we really here to decide what happens once Mr. Reyes crosses the threshold of that office door into the office foyer, where he is in fact confronted by an angry security guard who we just formally complained to the police about, Jeff. And that clerk inserts herself, Ms. Geiger inserts herself in the discussion. He doesn't engage, Mr. Reyes doesn't engage her. And I submit to the court that what this case is about is, was there a trespass there? And was there a public disturbance there in the clerk's office? In the foyer of the city clerk's office. And that's where everything happens here. That's why he's charged. That's when Ms. Geiger tells the police her story, complaining about filming, not secret documents, not COVID, not safety, complains to the officer about filming her employees and her customers. Nothing about documents, Judge. I submit it's not the basis for her authority to even ask Mr. Reyes to stop filming or leave her office. I implore the court to consult the city's policy contained in State's Exhibit 2 and take a close look at the video of the incident in the clerk's office and the video of what she tells Officer Farrell, the arresting officer. She's the one who he relies upon for his information before Mr. Reyes gets arrested. Reyes is told to leave. Closer attention should be paid to the basis that's not rooted in policy. In other words, she tells him to leave because he can't film her employees and he can't film her customers. Well, that's not what the policy is. He's simply told in a question-begging manner, you are disturbing when you film my employees and when my customers. Let's begging the entire question here. The question is whether or not that conduct, the existence of the policy that says, oh, by the way, it could disturb people if you were filming under certain circumstances. That's not enough. Ms. Geiger wants to cut it off right at all starts. What about this arrest? Arrest takes place in the town clerk's office. And what do we see in the video? Mr. Reyes is arrested. All he's told is, hey, buddy, put your hands behind your back. You were told, again, echoing Janet Geiger's statements, put your hands behind your back. You're told not to film the employees and the customers. Why is that significant? Well, it's significant because his arrest occurs after Farrell's listening to Geiger.
This is the same lady who told the police officer, Mr. Reyes busted in here and started filming people at the counter, filming her customers. And it was based on Ms. Geiger's interpretation of a policy pertaining to filming that Mr. Farrell, the officer Farrell, that is the arresting officer, takes action. But she clearly admits on the stand, Judge, that Mr. Reyes never busted in her office. In fact, the day of what went on July 15, 2021, her office door was open. It's actually wide open. But it is telling that she prefaces her story to the arresting officer with that kind of commentary, with that kind of accusation. And on the stand, when she is asked, why would you be telling an arresting officer something that you admitted was not true? She said, oh, I can't answer that. This is a witness who normally fills in a lot of blanks, some very evasive answers and some very self-serving testimony. But this time she's got nothing to say. So we're in an infraction trial and say, well, what's the big deal about the credibility issue in here? Aren't we here to talk about technical issues pertaining to statutes? Yes, we are. But she's a very important witness in this case, Judge. It's her office. She's the one assisting Phil in enforcing her version of the city's filming policy. Her hands join Phil's hands, actually blocking Mr. Reyes' camera from filming, while he stands blocked from moving in the foyer of that office, a place, the policy that council brings up, a place specifically acknowledged as a public place to which Mr. Reyes had access at that time, and where he could be, maybe even a place that he could film from. But she's important, Judge. She's the truth that gets in the way of her own good story. COVID, safety, secret documents. This is nonsense. Truth is the whole incident from the city's perspective can be summed up by what Ms. Geiger says in her testimony. But the most important thing she says to set the stage is on the first incident where Officer Cantrabisi comes up to meet her when Mr. Reyes is serving his document on the town. Her overriding concern, why does he have to film? And then later, he doesn't belong here. Why does he have to film? He doesn't belong here. That's the tale of the tape, Judge. This is what motivates her treatment of Mr. Reyes in the town clerk's office. Not COVID, not safety concerns, no secret documents. He didn't belong there, and her and Phil didn't like being filmed. They don't like the idea of filming, and they personally don't like it, understandably, but that's not the law in this case. And I think the admissible evidence supports this claim, that that's her approach, and that's the impression she's laboring under. Now, if those were the elements, then Mr. Reyes, I suppose, could be guilty of filming. Maybe he's guilty of not belonging. But in public foyer in the town clerk's office, that's what the state has the burden of showing here. The trespass elements, I'm not going to go through them other than to say, if he goes there knowing he has no license or privilege to be there, or enters or remains on the premises, then they have to prove that beyond reasonable doubt. What's the evidence show? I'll characterize it like this. I think it's clear that at all times, based on the circumstantial evidence from which knowledge may be inferred, because we can't open up Mr. Reyes' head and find out what his intention is, or what he had knowledge of, that Mr. Reyes at all material times believes he has a privilege to be at City Hall, and a privilege to be at the town clerk's office, and a privilege to be in the public areas, including the foyer. And much ado is made of this argument back and forth, who's right about public rights and whatnot. Focus on the mens rea element and its knowledge. You have to take a look at the surrounding circumstances, and I think you can arrive at the conclusion that at all material times, Mr. Reyes believes he has a license to be there. He believes he has a privilege to be there. And the real rub here is other people don't. What does Mr. Pinter say? You heard counsel talk about Mr. Pinter. Mr. Pinter says, Mr. Reyes, you can film in the hallways, the four walls. You can film up to the counter, just not over into the working area. This is the view that Mr. Pinter expresses to Mr. Reyes. And notably, he doesn't personally observe the incident in the clerk's office. He does some explaining before telling the clerk to close her door, but he's not there. He comes after. It's at a time when Mr. Reyes is already up the hallway. Remember, he says, you can go up to the counter, film up to the counter. The counter's the limit. Mr. Reyes never makes it to the counter. Nonetheless, this is Mr. Pinter's account of the policy. Notably, the clerk says Mr. Reyes won't get out to Mr. Pinter, but clearly the video evidence shows that Mr. Reyes is actually outside the door when Mr. Pinter speaks to him. And he's not, he's pretty close. He's no longer in the clerk's office. The clerk, again, is reiterating at that time, he can film in the foyer again, but not her employees and not her customers. So supposing Mr. Reyes did disagree with that, if the policy is not just simply filming customers or filming public officials in the course of their duty, then Mr. Reyes is not even wrong in telling her that he disagrees with that. So he's expressing an opinion and she's expressing an opinion, but really, he's at the office at that time, and anything that's occurred at that point, it's over. It's done. Mr. Pinter's there. We're here because of the incident in the office. Can't film employees, can't film my customers because ipso facto you are disturbing them. That's the position. Ipso facto you are disturbing them. And this, I would submit, is an erroneous reading of the policy and the wrong reason to even ask Mr. Reyes to leave. No authority, even if the asking is relevant here, exists for her to tell Mr. Reyes he can't film employees or customers. That's simply not the policy. And Mr. Reyes was told this when he was in the foyer where he was allowed to be. So again, on the knowledge prompt, Judge, before he returns to City Hall on July 15, 2021, he believes he can go there without causing disturbance to finish what he started. There's nothing wrong with that, even if that's filming and making an FOI request. Even if he's wrong about whether they have forms. That's his intention to go over there. The state makes a big deal about Mr. Yacovellis telling Mr. Reyes, just before he goes back, basically, hey buddy, that may not be too good of an idea. And I don't disagree. That's what was said. But what we also don't get from the state is, doesn't that assume that Mr. Reyes was the problem? I mean, I would submit that Mr. Yacovellis, who knew Phil, helped him with his statement, knew him from the hospital, didn't agree with his handling of the situation on that day, earlier in the stairwell. I would submit that certainly in Mr. Yacovellis's admonition to Mr. Reyes, that Phil's behavior was taken into account, if you will, in suggesting that he not go there. And the admissible evidence bears out the fact that Mr. Phil is a hostile man, Judge. He was just complained about to the police. Notably, even against the backdrop of this, recall the last cross-examination question. Yacovellis admits he told Mr. Reyes 10 minutes before he even went back to City Hall that it was legal for him to do so. And that shouldn't be downplayed. It should not be downplayed. It's in evidence. Also, noteworthy and consistent with Mr. Reyes simply going back to finish what he started peacefully when he enters a City Hall. The first point at which he has contact with Phil, notably, he doesn't altercate with him in any way whatsoever. So if you're going to sort of bootstrap what a client or what a defendant did and what his frame of mind was, you can also pay attention to surrounding circumstances. And part of those surrounding circumstances has Mr. Reyes going back to the City Hall to finish what he started. The video reveals he goes up the stairs, says he doesn't need any help. He doesn't altercate with Mr. Phil in any way whatsoever. What's really going on is Mr. Phil follows him upstairs. He's determined. He's going to get Reyes that day. He's going to stop him from doing something. And he was just reported to the police by Mr. Reyes, and he doesn't like it any more than he likes being filmed. What does he do? Yes, he does go up the hallway. Mr. Pinter said he can film the hallways. He does go by the tax assessor's office peacefully, without incident, on his way to the clerk's office, where he's confronted by Phil and the clerk. If you're expanding events beyond the clerk's office encounter, what can you even say that's relevant to a trespass or a CPD? Here, Judge, the day starts out quietly until Mr. Janusa tried to physically stop Mr. Reyes from filming by blocking his way up the stairs to the town clerk's office. And it's important to note why. In a nutshell, it's because of non-existent forms that Mr. Reyes was purportedly supposed to fill out. Forms that Mr. Janusa didn't have, and in the words of Sergeant Yacovellis, hey, next time call us. What, are you going to stop them for forms you don't even have? That's not on you.
And later, he says, hopefully they'll step up, referring to Mr. Janusa's bosses, who are responsible for failing to provide him for the forms. So it's forms that don't exist on July 15th, 2021. Forms that, even if they became part of some rule, and people had noticed that, some rule of entry, Mr. Reyes could never have complied with the rule because the form simply didn't exist. That's why Mr. Janusa follows him up the stairs and lies in wait in the clerk's office. The court's attention could be drawn to that portion of the Yacabella's video where he's in the mailroom helping, not coaching, helping Mr. Janusa with his statement. And shortly after, upon exiting City Hall between the two sets of doors, there's where the court can find that information. Mr. Reyes is an auditor, new term, but that may be something people don't like, maybe a job that people don't like. Some people in my generation, for example, are aware of paparazzi. Some people have strong feelings against being filmed, mostly in their private affairs, though. Mr. Reyes isn't a paparazzi judge. He's a person who films himself and others, including public officials and police officers and employees, in the course of performing their duty. It's his right to do this in an effort to ensure transparency in government and to expose governmental conduct that should be the legitimate subject of redress. Even expose tyrants. Even say he's exposing a tyrant if that's his position. He enjoys this right both under the federal Constitution and the Connecticut Constitution. And the fact that he's a YouTuber, or as the state has pointed out, he makes money from the posting of interaction, is absolutely no moment whatsoever. Other reporters, Judge, YouTubers, non-YouTubers, members of what we might now call the traditional press, they report on government activity all the time. And news, dare I say, video, big business. He's not doing anything different. We know this happens in our society. And news, people visit town hall. They videotape police. They play videos of police and governmental conduct on their news shows all the time. It's part of the fabric of modern American culture. And our own courts, I'm not going to get into case law too deeply, but they recognize being filmed as ubiquitous. And in short, to avoid the big word, it's going to happen these days. These reporters, YouTubers, auditors, and the average citizen are all, however, imbued with the right to film government action. In fact, private videos of government conduct have opened our eyes to many incidents of misconduct, dangerous conduct, incidents, some of which depict police, for example, in conduct that results in the police themselves being charged with manslaughter or murder. Just as an example, videos of government conduct that have caused nationwide protests, but clearly, in no uncertain terms, have led to the reshaping of policing policy itself. I must suggest that non-hearsay testimony by most officers who interacted with Mr. Reyes on June 10th, 2021, or July 15th, 2021, reveals that even they, reasonable people that might hear Mr. Reyes, see what he's doing. They acknowledge he's simply filming in City Hall, not bothering anybody. And the fact that he doesn't wish to get his name or execute a sign-in sheet or non-existent form isn't enough to have him arrested or charged with trespass or creating public disturbance. The evidence here is Mr. Reyes' conduct is subject to commentary such as, what is he doing? He's only filming. It's City Hall, for God's sakes, words to that effect. And Officer Cantravisi tells the city clerk, he's cordial, not a threat. He's not like that. This is what he does. He's one of these civil activists. And the most important part of that is, of course, the defense didn't think the 20th, June 10th or 20th, the preceding video was relevant. The state chose to bring it in. But the most telling part of what they brought in is her only question on that day is, but why does he have to film? Why does he have to film? And in the end, Judge, there's just something about filming that Mr. Janusa and Ms. Geiger, they don't like it. And while Mr. Pinner takes a little bit more of a rational approach and tries to explain the policy to Mr. Reyes, the things he says to him are sometimes inconsistent, and they're not that easy to understand or reconcile. You can film up to the counter. You can film the hallways, the foyers maybe. Now that you know the rules, you're good to go, we're good. He says, words to that effect. He doesn't say, hey, you're good to go, make sure you sign in with Phil, because Mr. Pinner, the lawyer, he knows those forms aren't ready yet. He knows they don't exist. He doesn't say, make sure you obey the signing policy before you go upstairs. Mr. Ray says, oh, I'm just gonna wait for the police, you know. He's waiting there because he is making an allegation that he was manhandled, that Mr. Genius touched him. Not absolutely relevant to every single aspect of this case, but nonetheless, that's why he's waiting for the police. Don't to sign in, non-existent forms, I know about them. Phil, let the police come. So, the real rub here, Judge, it reminds me like of Sesame Street. You know, one of these things is not like the other. And the concern that's exhibited over the counter in the clerk's office, I mean, Mr. Reyes is tall. He's even from Long Island, but he's not snuffleupagus, armed with a camera tied to the end of a snout that can basically be raised and bent over a counter. If he was, on the state's account, they could arrest Snuffleupagus as soon as he walks into the city hall, because he has the potential to do what their interpretation says he cannot do. Clerk's office said, pardon me, the clerk herself said that Mr. Reyes was rude. And I didn't see that on counsel's list of grossly offensive things, but she did say he was rude. We'll take that into account. And while I'm sure her opinion is rudeness is an element to charge it, it's also telling. She makes the comment while testifying that he held his camera in front of his face. The evidence was that he was not pushing it in anyone's face and not raising it to film over the counter, like Snuffleupagus could have done. The evidence clearly shows she was going to stop his filming come hell or high water. Pretty much a fair reading of the evidence. So in addition to this being a prior restraint on his right to free speech, she's bent on preventing him from filming even before it could ever happen. And the question is whether this somehow figures into a trespass or disorderly conduct. Our view is that the trespass is an entry or remaining issue, not solely a filming issue. And the buck doesn't stop at potential filming. The public has a right to go beyond opinions and personal tastes or desires of those who may not like the activity of filming. Fair reading of the evidence here illustrates the encounter in that clerk's office on July 15th was motivated by a dislike for filming, period. At best, the encounter occurred because of policies that may or may not have been in place fully at that time, and fairly were inconsistent and fairly difficult to understand. So we can talk all we want about who's acting like an expert on the First Amendment and who knows the case law and all that other kind of thing, and there's more than one party like that. It doesn't matter. Ask yourself, is it clear? Is it difficult to understand? I'm going to cite the trespassing statute. I'm just going to say no pun intended, but to mention one case, State versus Mention, that he enters or remains without license or privilege. I mean, this language in the statute doesn't create a strict liability crime here. It does require knowledge on the part of the accused that he's entering and remaining without license or privilege, and that state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. It's got to be a knowing trespass. Let me just sum up on the trespassing. Defendant's present at City Hall in their ordinary business hours, at a time when it's open to him, all other members of the public. He couldn't trespass by simply entering and remaining in the building. So whatever subsequent rules and restrictions may have been imposed on him are of no moment. The requirement of signing in and his avoidance of the same doesn't make him a trespasser. The signs on the premises do not put him on notice that failure to sign in would be treated as a trespass. Even if the ad hoc policy that states one, even if the ad hoc policy is recognized, it states one may be denied entry for failure to sign in. Not that he shall be arrested or accosted by Phil when he does that. He may be denied entry for failure to sign in. Policy explained to him by the Deputy Corporate Counsel did not include any requirement of signing in. It was an explanation of the filming policy, and once explained, he was told by Mr. Pinter he's free to go ahead into City Hall without a visitor's pass and without signing in. Likewise, on the second entry, the evidence, as I've already said, depicts Mr. Reyes entering City Hall in the afternoon, not engaging in commotion with the security guard. Mr. Janusis simply entering the stairwell to go upstairs. Janusis doesn't stop Mr. Reyes, tell him to sign in. Evidence shows that the forms he may have had, they didn't exist. They're not even available to him, let alone Mr. Reyes. In short, there's nothing for Mr. Janusis to compel Mr. Reyes to comply with before he enters or before he begins filming. And this evidence cuts across the grain of any claim Mr. Reyes went back to City Hall to aggravate or to stir up trouble with Mr. Janusis, in spite of any implication to the contrary the state wants to bring up. It's connected with Sergeant Yacobelis' conversation. Yacobelis says you can legally go back. It's also told by others, other behavior and other action and inaction commensurate with Mr. Reyes not being seen as a trespasser for much of the time that he was actually in City Hall. The defendant adhered to the policy that was explained to him by City Council. He did not go beyond the counter. Evidence confirms he never made it to the counter. None of the defendant's footage and evidence shows anything beyond a counter in any office that isn't visible immediately upon entry into the office. How do you film from a lawful public vantage point that you're told about by the corporate counsel in the foyer, for example? How do you do that in the foyer, which is allowed to be? How do you film the four walls, which there are four walls? How would anybody ever do that in the foyer if it was just a simple matter of saying, you can't do any of it? As soon as you hold your camera up to your face, maybe you catch some of the ongoings in the glass that's going on in the glass, but certainly there's no stuff about this conduct. There's no snooping around for secret documents, and nor I think there's a series of photos with exhibits A to N in there that make it very, very unlikely. And that goes to the reason why the clerk says what she says as well. She's got to hang her head on something. She doesn't like filming. But it just turned into creating a public disturbance. To meet the burden of proof on the CPD claim, I'm not going to reread the statute, but the first subsection of the statute states got to prove defendant either engaged in actual physical violence or conduct or attempts imminent. We're not there. Here, there's no fighting. I don't think he's charged with it. Yes, correct. That's correct. Yeah. So I was going to say, we're really here to decide whether Mr. Reyes' conduct was offensive conduct under subsection 2. And that's been defined by the court, Judge. Under contemporary community standards, it's got to be so grossly offensive to a person who actually overhears it or sees it as to amount to a nuisance. Well, I know that the clerk indicated it was rude. I don't recall what Mr. Pinter said. I don't think he characterized the interaction in a way that produces evidence for this court to conclude that what they overheard or what they see was grossly offensive. As one court points out, this is a Superior Court case, it's interesting, Chappell-Dane versus Duncan. Stationary and mobile video recording devices are now virtually ubiquitous. They are attached to commercial premises, to public sites, to parking garages, etc., and held by reporters, tourists, and paparazzi throughout the land. And hardly a day passes in which the evening news does not feature footage of some incident captured on video for the enlightenment of the world at large. Now, while the statute is silent on the definition of offensive conduct, the judicial branch jury instructions are also instructive. There, the definition echoes our court's grossly offensive notion. And that's the point that the same must be overheard. Here, there's no evidence Mr. Reyes filming ipso facto is grossly offensive conduct by community standards. In fact, video evidence on the scene at the clerk's office demonstrates the clerk telling a patron, even outside her office during the interaction with Mr. Reyes and the guard, that the patron should move away. Move away so you won't be filmed. Film on some forms. The patron continues to listen to the conversation, doesn't move, and expresses no concern whatsoever for any grossly offensive conduct or for being on camera at all. And that's a fact. That's on the video. And there's one factual analysis that we gleaned from a person who's there that doesn't have an axe to grind. It doesn't have an interest in the city not being sued, doesn't have an interest in her work being filmed because she might expose something she doesn't want to. and a person who doesn't hold the view that I simply don't like being filmed and people who do that don't belong here. There's an objective assessment of that. Here, the defendant doesn't engage in physical violence or make any threats. It shows he doesn't even create unreasonable noise was at City Hall. And I know we're talking about offensive conduct, but to the extent that that creeps in, he's behind his camera phone at all times. He's not speaking loudly. The video illustrates Mr. Janusa, the guard, raises his voice and draws the immediate attention of two patrons in the clerk's office conducting the business of the county. And nothing in terms of violation of any hearsay. Mr. Janusa raises his voice in the conversation and he says, "You're not listening to what she's saying," referring to the clerk's instructions to Mr. Reyes not to film. Non-hearsay testimony revealing the loudness of Mr. Janusa's voice attracting attention. What happens? Two people immediately turn around. Clerk shouting over the glass. We know from evidence that she's loud because she had to get Mr. Reyes' attention. She's not even being spoken to by Mr. Reyes, but her and Janusa, between the two of them, they caused the disturbance. Mere video recording can't be considered as offensive. Our society is readily prepared to accept this conduct as ubiquitous. And then, Judge, as a matter of causation, the defense position is that Mr. Janusa is hiding around the corner, confronting Reyes upon entering the clerk's office. The clerk's raised voice, Mr. Janusa's raised voice, addressing Mr. Reyes upon his entry, along with the loudness of both the clerk and the guard, while patrons were present. That was the cause of any colorable disturbance, not the filming ipso facto. The state can't prove beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Reyes intended or actually caused or engaged in offensive conduct. There's no evidence Mr. Reyes interfered with lawful activity of any other person in the clerk's office or at City Hall in general. So he can't be found guilty of creating a public disturbance for those reasons, and based on this evidence, certainly not beyond reasonable doubt. That having been said, even if you do find a basis to consider trespass or CPD, the finding must be tempered by Mr. Reyes' constitutional rights. Goes into town hall, he's exercising his constitutionally protected rights under the state and federal constitutions, and the infractions charged in this case are unconstitutional as applied to him. Quote, "It is firmly established that the First Amendment extends further than the text prescription on laws abridging the freedom of speech or the press and encompasses a range of conduct related to gathering and dissemination of information. And as the Supreme Court has observed, the First Amendment goes beyond protection of the press and self-expression of individuals to prohibit government from limiting the stock of information which members of the public may earn." Why do I bring it up? Because federal circuits are not all aligned on the questions that we face here today, but that's the Glick versus Cunniff case next door in Massachusetts. Similarly, the Supreme Court recognized that there is an undoubted right to gather news from any source by means within the law, and that's Hodgkins versus KQED. I'm going to go through some of these cases are cited in the motion that we submitted for judgment of equivalent. When it comes to video recording, the Third Circuit pointed out that to record what there is the right for the eye to see or the ear to hear corroborates or lays aside subjective impressions for objective facts. Hence, to record is to see and hear more accurately. Recordings also facilitate discussion because the ease in which they can widely be distributed via different forms of media. Point out already, state indicates we have it all on video. Good thing, it would be a much longer trial than already has it. There's a utility that the video serves and is recognized. As Glick points out, I think this is important. Changes in technology and society have made the lines between private citizen and journalist exceedingly difficult to draw. The proliferation of electric devices with video recording capability means that many of our images of current events come from bystanders with a ready cell phone or digital camera rather than a traditional film crew. And news stories are now just as likely to be broken by a blogger at her computer as a reporter at a major newspaper. Such developments make it clear why the the news gathering protection of the First Amendment cannot turn on professional credentials or status. Here, Mr. Reyes was video recording with his smartphone from a location open to the public, told people that part of what he's doing at least is gathering content for a story. We know from what other people in the video and the admissible evidence points out, they refer to him as that blogger, the Long Island guy. So we know he's involved in publishing his materials and that he's a YouTuber that publishes that information on his site. And he's standing there at this lawful public vantage point from which his eyes and ears had a right to hear and see. And consequently, he can't be prosecuted for use of his smartphone from that vantage point, at least not to the extent such use is relied upon by the state to satisfy under the charged offenses. Testimony from the city clerk is clear. He was standing in the foyer, an area specifically incorporated into the purported filming policy as an area from which filming may be undertaken. Testimony by her that Mr. Reyes simply didn't belong there in her office on July 15, 2021 is wholeheartedly incommensurate with any reading of that policy, and certainly wholeheartedly incommensurate with the rights and privileges guaranteed by the federal and state constitutions. In short, her view of Mr. Reyes simply not belonging is exactly why she undertakes to join the blocking of Mr. Reyes and his camera with her hand, joining in with Mr. Janusa, the security guard who blocks him physically and blocks his movement towards the counter and blocks his camera from recording. Mr. Reyes, Your Honor, doesn't need a reason to be there peacefully. The slippery slope is that people must have a reason to be in a policy-recognized public place makes it kind of obvious. Nothing prohibits it, and there's certainly no evidence that would sustain the conclusion Mr. Reyes could not peacefully enter or remain or film in a public space, especially one specifically recognized by the City Hall policy ab initio, namely the foyer. If this weren't the case, anybody, including any City Hall employee, from maintenance staff to mayor, could arbitrarily command any citizen on the premises to leave for no reason whatsoever, possibly even including the arbitrary and ludicrous basis of not belonging there, maybe even snuffleupagus. While the state may rely on purported restrictions on filming over the counter, such reliance is unavailable. First and foremost, as a legal matter, these regulations place a content-based restraint on the defendant. He's precluded from reporting and reporting on specific content. Public officials in the performance of their duties. Let's just take it at that for the time being. The evidence at trial reveals here that the new prohibition on filming was created specifically with the defendant in mind. He's identified as the reason for the policy in the legal memorandum drafted by Deputy Corporate Counsel, and that was the testimony. We have the memorandum in front of us. He's cited in there. He is the Long Island auditor, Your Honor. In fact, evidence reveals the prohibition in State's Exhibit 5, the clerk's one-page policy without a City of Danbury seal at the top. That's been varied. That policy, if that's what you want to call it, it's been varied to include language that's different from what the official policy in State's Exhibit 2 appears to say. Note that Mr. Painter doesn't testify he underwrote the policy contained in 5. He testifies he underwrote and did the memo that led to or spawned the Exhibit 2. That's the policy that he's referring to. What do we know about this? Why am I bringing this up? It's also noteworthy that the clerk's testimony is uncharacteristically insistent that this policy in Exhibit 5 was on Phil's desk the day Mr. Reyes was arrested. She didn't maybe see it, she saw it on the desk from the vantage point of where? The balcony in City Hall. And she couldn't be mistaken about that. Even those other evidence, it's not perfect. Other evidence indicates is a document, that exact location on the left-hand side where her earlier testimony identified that document to be. There's no testimony indicates this purported policy in State's Exhibit 5 was actually even promulgated by the mayor. It's arguably just a document created as an interpretation of the actual policy in State's Exhibit 2. And as the clerk further notes, this Exhibit 5 policy, that's what you want to call it, was emailed to the clerk by somebody in Human Resources. Is it promulgated as official regulation? Not on this evidence, we don't have it. It's also exceptionally noteworthy that the language in Exhibit 5 is far more commensurate with the clerk's interpretation of what Mr. Reyes was supposed to be doing on July 15th, before he was permitted in her office and engaged in filming. The original policy in Exhibit 2 simply requires Mr. Reyes to tell the security guard he's going to film. These two policies and language with a subsequent cross-examination, and the clerk's testimony reveals that there are language differences that she cannot explain. It is also noteworthy that the reported policy in Exhibit 5 may have been posted. I think there was some suggestion this may have been posted on the front door of City Hall after Mr. Reyes' initial entry in the morning of July 15th. Well, if that's the case, to the extent that's the case, the purposes of doing so is presumably notice, but it's also arguably notice of a bureaucrat's interpretation of Exhibit 2 in response to Mr. Reyes' initial entry. And certainly this interpretation is posted, if it's posted at all, close in time, within hours from when Mr. Reyes re-enters the facility from his morning visit. So for the purposes of this case, the posting of that policy, if that's what you want to call Exhibit 5, is also of no moment. Here, the policy almost certainly operates as a prior restraint on the defendant's point of view, and it is not content neutral. It is well settled law that regulations enacted for the purpose of restraining speech on the basis of its content presumptively violate the First Amendment. And I cited in our judgment of acquittal motion, that's the city of Renton versus Playtime Theaters. Similarly, in a different case, Federal Elections Commission case, speech restrictions based on the identity of the speaker are all too often simply a means to control content. Policy designed for the Long Island Auditor. He's the speaker, he's the guy. That's what the policy's spawned. He has a visit, they don't like what he's doing. Then we have magically policy created in Exhibit 2, nice seal on the top, promulgated, testimony promulgated by the mayor. And then we have another Exhibit 5. I mean, I don't know to what extent anybody has gone to make sure that Mr. Reyes can't do what he wants to do, but I think on a very fair reading of the evidence, these policies are connected to him, designed to stop people from doing what he's doing, and he's specifically mentioned in those policies, in the policy memorandum, sorry. Even if these restrictions were to be considered content neutral, which they're not, they still have to be designed to do what, Judge? They have to serve some substantial government interest, not just any baloney interest that the government can make up, but they have to serve some substantial government interest, and they must also not unreasonably limit alternatives that citizens have for communication. Put differently, it's in law school, I didn't think I'd have to ever recite it again, but policy must still be narrowly tailored to serve that significant governmental interest. Here, the significant governmental interest behind the restriction on filming articulated by the City Hall employees were safety of government, employees, town hall patrons, COVID concerns, and security of sensitive documents. Now, the real reasons behind these restrictions, though, are echoed in real time at the trial by the clerk's testimony at two different points. June 20th, when against the backdrop of what she's been told by Mr. Contribisi, Officer Contribisi, sorry, why does he have to film? And then she's later asked why she prohibited Mr. Ray's entry and told him not to film her employees or customers. A mantra, employees and customers. She almost always says employees and customers, never says anything different, never mentions secret documents. And it's laughable to suggest that she had COVID concerns. Cameras and Mr. Ray's activity on that date were not a COVID concern. Mr. Reyes didn't belong there, and when she said that, where was he? In that foyer. Take a look at that operative policy, and you consider what Mr. Reyes was told by Pinter, the city attorney. It's clear he could be in the foyer, indicated as much directly to Mr. Reyes. So we're going to pay attention to what Mr. Reyes has been told by Mr. Pinter for one reason. We certainly can't ignore what else he's being told, and should ignore the fact that policy, if anybody's on notice of it, at a minimum, can be characterized as confusing or misleading. The clerk in Janusa just didn't like Mr. Reyes filming or having themselves filmed. They clearly weren't concerned with any First Amendment right that Mr. Reyes had. Regardless of what Mr. Reyes was doing, she was going to stop it because he didn't belong in the foyer. However different her view of the policy in State's Exhibit 2 was, she was going to prevent Mr. Reyes from filming. She wasn't going to refer him to the city attorney as suggested in the policy. We have the regulation, she says. She never even offers Mr. Reyes a copy of any policy she thought was operative. Nothing's posted on her door or any wall in their office. She's simply interested in preventing this filming. So here, safety, COVID, filming of secret or sensitive documents are demonstrably pretextual. Sensitive documents, they don't appear anywhere in videos of June 10th or July 15th, may have been able to be observed by the naked eye, later recorded in writing by an observer without violating the policy. And the evidence is clear that filming restrictions have nothing to do with COVID. I've already beat a dead horse on that issue, but the sign-in policy is similarly disingenuous on the issue of COVID around. The purported reasons behind the policy of general security concerns and COVID tracing. That was the evidence. Policy requires one to provide their name, nothing more. Clerk has no viable explanation for why, if the COVID concern existed, no identification was required, no email was required, no telephone numbers required. Put simply, the testimony is clear. The sign-in book or the policy could never even hope to permit any viable contact tracing. It was a sham. The clerk admits there were no COVID concerns related to Mr. Reyes' camera filming anything. And it's absurd to conclude COVID concerns could be alleviated by a sign-in policy that contained fictitious names with no addresses. And likewise for security concerns. Even if you don't get by what Mr. Officer Contribuci tells this guide, anyone that wants to give their name can give whatever name they want, and they can proceed into City Hall without further inquiry. Policies cannot be said, therefore, Judge, to serve a legitimate interest that's tied to COVID. Even if these purported interests can be found significant, policy in that note, on that score, is not narrowly tailored. Rather than ensure the security of documents through some internal procedures or control mechanisms, what do we have here? Well, we have the policy shifts the burden on the public and the journalists not to film over the counter. We have police officers asking questions, well, did you jump over the counter? We got Mr. Pinter using his hand to talk about the face of the counter. I don't know that it's clear at all. Up to the counter, he says, Mr. Pinter. The walls behind the counter, because Mr. Reyes was told he could film the four walls, remember. So how can the public be called upon to determine at the time of filming which locations are permissible based upon an unclear policy and a policy that states filming can be undertaken in locations that are inconsistent with one another? How does one ever get around filming a wall at the back of the clerk's office, for example, without the mere prospect of filming behind the counter? He's told he can film the wall, but remember, whatever the over-the-counter thing means, can't do that. It's a claim that can be asserted by anyone who enters the office and remains in the foyer with a camera or cell phone that may not even be turned on, Judge. Why? Because the mere activity of being there with a camera could lead to filming and or inadvertent filming of some sensitive or prohibited material. Trial testimony by the clerk here demonstrates the sheer unlikelihood of Mr. Reyes' camera capturing sensitive material as well. There was no sensitive material being processed on July 15th, that's the evidence. Evidence reveals the clerk was not processing anything sensitive, and while she was involved in enforcing the filming policy, she also had no evidence that any sensitive documents were being processed by her staff. Now this is against the backdrop of testimony by the clerk. Mr. Reyes never reached the counter area to film. Belies the entire proposition that there was a concern. I'm talking about the concern, the relationship, her conduct to the policy. Any concern for that would have been purely speculative as a factual matter, and it would constitute a prior restraint. wholeheartedly unjustifiable reason to prevent Mr. Reyes' filming. And I go over every one of them, but these other articulated interests simply don't accord with the restrictions imposed either. Filming doesn't endanger the employees or the patrons. Signing in with out verification doesn't provide additional security or COVID aid. Policies as they're enforced will leave the defendant no alternative to recording public officials and exercise their functions at City Hall at all. Notably, city officials, I don't know if you're allowed to take judicial notice of this, but city officials are almost always performing their duties behind counters. What they do behind the counters there at City Hall. In any event, for the aforementioned reasons, this court should apply a strict scrutiny standard to this set of circumstances because town halls and city halls have, by long tradition or government, been devoted to assembly and debate. Arguably, even the application of intermediate scrutiny would yield the same result in this case. Policy is aimed at him. It's specifically aimed at him because he's exercising his rights. And I'll get very briefly to the equal protection claim, but certainly this violates his First Amendment and it's a content-based restriction. I talked about the federal case law. I just want to draw your attention to the Connecticut Constitution, which deals with the scenario in a wholeheartedly different way. And it's more protective of our free speech rights. Article 1, Section 4 of our Constitution provides every citizen may freely speak, write, and publish his sentiments on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of that liberty. Article 5, no law shall be passed to curtail or restrain the liberty of speech or the press. Article 1, Section 14, these citizens have a right in a peaceable manner to assemble for their common good and to apply to those invested with the powers of government for redress of grievances or other proper purposes by petition, address, or remonstrance. This analysis for content neutralization of the Connecticut Constitution wouldn't rely on the nature of the form. That's why I'm pointing it out. Our courts still employ the compatibility test for claims that are brought under the Connecticut Constitution. Any that violate the free speech rights that are contained therein. This approach goes like the relevant inquiry is a case-by-case balancing of the right to free speech against the compelling interests of the preventing unreasonable interference with the normal activity of a particular public place. Thus, there has to be some evidence that specific use of a particular government property compelled some level of speech. And I'm almost finished. In the present case, there's no evidence of recording from a lawful public vantage point. The FOIA in the town hall's office interferes with the activity of City Hall employees, or the ad hoc restrictions on video recording over the counter was a compelled restriction. Draw your Honor's attention very lastly to the second constitutional claim being put forward, that the statutes as applied to this case violate the defendant's right also to equal protection. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution essentially directs all persons similarly situated should be treated similarly. They should be treated alike. A violation of equal protection by selective treatment arises if the person compared with others similarly situated was selectively treated. And two, such selective treatment was based on impermissible considerations such as race, religion, intent to inhibit, or punish the exercise of constitutional rights or malicious or bad faith intent to injure. Punish the exercise of constitutional rights because he didn't belong there. Why does he have to film he didn't belong there? Clearly here the city's punishing Mr. Reyes for an exercise of his constitutional right. He simply didn't belong there, Judge. And as I discussed previously, he's engaged in the constitutional protected activity on June 10th, 2021 and July 15th, 2021. And between these two occasions, Mayor and City Hall officials came up with this new ad hoc policy on filming and access to City Hall. There's also been a self-serving interpretation of that policy. It may even have been taped to the front doors of City Hall within an hour of the time Mr. Reyes left, in an effort to complain to the police about being accosted and prevented by the security guard from going to the second floor to make his FOIA request. forms don't exist, of no moment. Even if Mr. Reyes is wrong about the clerk's office should have them, it's of no moment. Requesting FOIA forms in a continuing conversation, Judge, I might add, about his business at City Hall. You know, council stood up here and talked about offensive conduct, right? And what came to my mind is like the litany of different things the council says is grossly offensive conduct. And you sum up by saying, you know, how dare you unwashed peasants disagree with your lord? This is really an exercise where grossly offensive doesn't include being patronizing, doesn't include calling a government official tyrant. That's his opinion. Clearly, the policies are aimed at Mr. Reyes. Charge misconduct. The defendant arises specifically from the violations of these policies and their selective application to him, and therefore should be dismissed as unconstitutional. The state cannot provide proof beyond reasonable doubt Mr. Reyes intended to commit the infraction, that he is the proximate but for cause of the conduct that leads to the activity for which he's being charged. And it's not just a simple matter that trespass somehow morphs into, did you obey a filming policy that I don't like, that you don't belong here to engage in?
1 minute.
For those reasons, Your Honor, I would ask the court to find in Mr. Reyes' favor, and to the extent that the court has considered the constitutional arguments, find that in their application, these statutes are unconstitutional as applied to him. Thank you.
Is there any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant's assertion that he adheres to the policy is simply untrue. The evidence in no way supports that assertion. The policy, both the visitor entry and the other policy of safety security policy, in effect mirror one another. The city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity where overriding need or concerns involving disruption of public safety, or where the city hall building use policy is more appropriate for the business visit. In no event may such filming or other video photography occur at or across any counter of the vision point between an office foyer and the work area where employees and documents are being processed or submitted. That's exactly what he did here. Evidence is undisputed and supports he clearly filmed across that counter. And I respectfully disagree with my fellow counsel. He walked into the town clerk's office and the assessor's office. He crossed the threshold of the door. That's not true. And even beyond that, he still violated the policy, even if the court were to find he still in the foyer. He clearly filmed across the counter. They have the reasons for that. Calling somebody a tyrant is, by definition, it's a ruler who uses power harshly. That's not Mr. Janus at all. That's done nothing more than to antagonize him as well. They claim that Mr. Janus knew that he was coming back. There's no evidence to support that. The council's talking about how police thought he was not a threat. That was back on June 10th. The court already expressly indicated it would not consider that as hearsay evidence. I'm not sure why council cited that. Any comments made by the defendant involving any other officers would not be considered. This is really not a First Amendment case. The policy itself is content neutral, contrary to what the defendant observed. Why does he go there to film? To cause a disturbance. He expressly goes back to City Hall second time by his own admission because he wants to satisfy his viewers and they want to see what happens when he violates the policy I would submit. His right to go to City Hall does not equal his right to violate the policy that was in place. He flagrantly violates it. He refuses to sign in. He films across the counter. He causes a disturbance. I'm not going to recite the evidence that I mentioned during my opening comments. I think each and every one of those give rise to show that his conduct was grossly offensive. He goes back to City Hall to finish what he started because he wants to satisfy his people and put something else out there on YouTube for profit purposes. I would also submit the council went down the road, the First Amendment, without going into great detail. If the court wants to take a look at, I would submit under, there's two cases the court can look at it at its convenience. Cornelius versus NAACP, Legal Defense and Fund Incorporated, 473 US, 788 from 1985. The First Amendment, it says, but the First Amendment does not forbid a viewpoint neutral exclusion of speakers who would disrupt a non-public forum and hinder its effectiveness or its intended purpose. Nothing in the Constitution requires the government freely to grant access to all who wish to exercise their right to free speech on every type of government property without regard to the nature of the property or to the disruption that might be caused by the speaker's actions. The U.S. Supreme Court has adopted a form analysis as a means of determining when the government's interest in limiting the use of its property to its intended purpose outweighs the interest of those wishing to use the property for other purposes. Accordingly, the extent to which the government can control access depends on the nature of the relevant forum. Access to a non-public forum can be restricted as long as the restrictions are reasonable and are not an effort to suppress expressing merely because public officials oppose the speaker's view. This had nothing to do with viewpoints of any kind. The offices that he filmed were a limited forum. Number one. The other case I would cite to the court's attention is Sheets versus City of Punta Gorda at 415 Federal Supplement, third edition, at 1,115 page. That's a 2019 case. This case involved a municipal ordinance in the state of Florida regarding filming inside a government building, namely Town Hall. The parties agreed, and I think the evidence here is that the City Hall is a limited public forum. As a result, the level of scrutiny is not strict scrutiny, but a rational test where the restrictions on limited public forum need only be reasonable and viewpoint neutral. That's what we have in this particular case. It said that to survive a First Amendment challenge, this ordinance in Florida had to be reasonable, which was measured in light of the purpose of the forum and all the surrounding circumstances. He said there, as in this case, the purpose of City Hall is to conduct legitimate public business. In that case, the ordinance there restricted those who would not consent. But the point is, it is a limited public forum where the test for scrutiny is rational basis. It is not strict scrutiny or the intermediate one, contrary to what the defendant might think. In the Florida case, when I just mentioned, the ordinance there was basically viewpoint neutral because it did not target any viewpoint, ideology, or opinion. The policies do the same here. They don't target any of that nature here as well. They said in that case in Florida, the ordinance applied the same to everyone, no matter why they show up at City Hall with a camera. The same with the policy in this case. But I would submit that the failure to sign the sheet on 2 occasions, he blatantly violates it, goes right past it, says I'm good, they say, I'll be right with you, sir. He says, I don't need any help, goes right past it, goes upstairs to cause disturbance and starts filming across the counter in 3 separate offices. They give the reason for that. The policy in place, the height of COVID, they keep track of the number of people going in, they have a hall pass, they keep social distancing to monitor for safety. Those are all legally.
The sign-in policy turns out they're not the filming policy.
Correct. The filming policy, the basis for that, there was significant evidence presented to show the basis for that. It is the risk of exposing sensitive material, people's data, identification theft, things. I mean, if people get someone's social security number that could subject them as a court aware to the potential for identity theft, there was a reasonable, rational basis for that policy of not filming to protect people's interests, their privacy, to the conversation, the contents of the document, things of that nature. There was a rational basis for that policy. They told him repeatedly what he could do. There was a written policy that they told him verbally many times over throughout that day. He flagrantly violated it. He caused a disruption on many levels based on people's reactions, the shutting of the door. This has nothing to do with the First Amendment content of the speech. It happens to do with his actions disrupting the business that day. And the trespass, I think, goes without saying, when he refused to sign in on 2 separate occasions, it willfully violates both of those policies. I think the state has presented more than ample evidence to show that the defendant violated 53A110A, which is the simple trespass statute, and that he violated creating public disturbance because his conduct certainly gave rise to show that it was grossly offensive by community standards today, and that such an average person would be offended having viewed this entire video and his actions and the reactions that result of the shutting of the doors, things of that nature, the derogatory comments that he made within earshot of the public, all of those in their totality, in their entirety, give rise to grossly offensive conduct. The defendant violated that infraction as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. All right. So here's what we're going to do next. I'm going to take a recess. I would ask counsel to compare notes with regard to the exhibits which have been put aside and marked as such. So before the exhibits are brought to me during deliberation, I want to make sure that both counsel agree that all the right exhibits are properly marked and will be coming in total. We've all had cases where sometimes the wrong exhibits come in, and we want to avoid that. So I'm going to take a recess, compare notes now with regard to the exhibits that have been kept by the clerk's office. If you both agree that the exhibits are in the proper order and in the proper place for me to be able to peruse them during deliberation, I won't come back out until between 5 up and 5 today. If I go a little over, so be it. If I have the verdict, I will come out today. If I do not, I will come out, tell you that I do not, and we will continue the matter until tomorrow. With that being said, I'm going to take a recess now. Council, please make sure you have the proper exhibits available. And when you have agreed, if you have agreed, have the marshal bring them into me. If you don't agree that the exhibits are as they're supposed to be in the proper place, let the marshal know. I will come out and we will handle any dispute that has arisen from that recess.
All right, question on recess. All right, push back in session.
Please be seated. I want to thank all counsel for the diligence that they did. It is certainly a little longer than I thought it would go on, but certainly that's what the system is for. And counsel is certainly more than allowed and welcome to take some time as they need to put their case on and rebut the case. As they see fit to where they feel like they have got a full hearing in front of the fact finder. So with that being said, there are two statutes here. One is, as I indicated earlier, creating public disturbance, and the other is, as I indicated earlier, simple trespass. And in addition to the inquiry whether or not Mr. Reyes has violated these infraction statutes, beyond a reasonable doubt, Attorney Seeger and Attorney Koopman have put forth additional reasoning as to whether or not additional inquiry should be made, whether or not the violation is unconstitutional as applied to his conduct that day or he himself. So with that being said, the court finds as follows. With regard to the creating a public disturbance, that should reach with intent to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk thereof, the defendant annoy, interfere with another person by offensive conduct. And as indicated on Friday, as I indicated this afternoon before we started, and asked counsel will put forward in their closing arguments, offensive conduct in statutes must be such conduct that, quote, under contemporary community standards, is so grossly offensive to a person who actually overhears it or sees it as to constitute a nuisance. Okay. So, the statute puts forth with intent to cause annoyance, inconvenience, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk thereof. Court finds that Mr. Reyes' decision not only to go into the town hall the first time, certainly the second time, he was recklessly creating the risk he would be causing inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm. That's what his argument, his brain is built on. Clicks happen when he gets a reaction out of people, and they don't happen when he doesn't get a reaction out of people. With regard to interfere with another person, there's certain factual evidence that as a result of the interaction going on the second floor, not one but two city offices were closed. But all of this has to be brought about by offensive conduct. The offensive conduct has to be under contemporary community standards so grossly offensive to a person who actually overhears it or sees it as to amount to a nuisance. Certainly, Mr. Reyes, once he gets engaged, is at times condescending, is at times humorous, is at times charming, and is at times argumentative. But he never initiates the interaction. He always comes in, from what I've seen in these videos, all times here for our case, he stands there, holds his camera, and either he is interacted with or he is not. Query whether or not this would be a long interaction with the public or the office if there was no interaction. But under the circumstances here, the interaction was first with the security guard, Mr. Januza, then it was with both our Deputy Corporation Counsel as well as our town clerk. And it's arguable as to whether or not it is Mr. Reyes or certainly the conduct of the Mr. Januza and our two witnesses who testified as to which party accelerates and escalates the encounter to the point where people came out of their offices and doors were shut. I don't find that the conduct here amounts to offensive conduct under the statute. I don't understand. What is it? What is it? Okay. I don't understand why there has to be argumentative interaction. I certainly don't understand necessarily why the both offices were closed, because certainly factually, in the circumstances here, he, although he was filming within the threshold of the town clerk's office, the evidence is clear he never approaches the counter. Now, whether that's because he gets stopped by the town clerk or whether he gets stopped by Mr. Januza, or if that's because he decides that the policy is can't film over the counter, therefore he won't film over the counter. He never actually does. But that's of no import if I don't find that the conduct constituted offensive conduct under the statute, and I do not. So I find Mr. Reyes not guilty of creating a public disturbance. With regard to 53A110A, simple trespass, an infraction, the person is guilty of simple trespass, knowing that such person is not licensed or privileged to do so, such person enters or remains in or on any premises without intent to cause harm to any property. Okay. In this situation, we have the silent policy, and we have a time and place where there were COVID policies all over the state of Connecticut. The Governor Lamont had his executive orders, which were subject to much criticism and controversy with regard to whether restaurants could open, whether town buildings can open and hold meetings, whether the Capitol itself would be open and be accessible to members of the public. I can tell you, we all lived it, the Capitol was not accessible to members of the public for a very long time. And the town halls were closed to the point where I think our town clerk here indicated that they were conducting business in the parking lot at one point or another. It was a time unlike anything I had seen, certainly in my 51, 52 years. And I think people were trying to do the right thing, trying to protect the safety and welfare of the citizenry, mask requirements, restaurants closed, restaurants open. You can only have your mask on to and from the door. You can take your mask off at the table. You can only have 50% capacity. You can have 25% capacity. Except there were policies put in place with the overarching goal to protect the safety and security of the public as a whole. So, with that being said, in this particular instance, we do have here the City of Danbury, Connecticut safety and security policies in effect, the assignment policy, the mask policy, policy on specified limited or non-public areas limitations for activity, including private filming, photography, etc. At the bottom it says, failure to comply may result in delay or denial of entry and access to the building. There's an exhibit that shows the other sign, which indicates must sign in upon entry. But as you're watching the video, when later on in the afternoon of the 15th, when Mr. Drusa holds the door, for now Sergeant Cabellas, there is a view of this policy posted to the left of the door on the glass, just to the left of the door that opens and shuts, which is giving access to the building. And the silent policy says, any person seeking entry to City Hall must obtain and complete a visitor form and obtain a pass. The pass must be returned upon completion of business in the building. Sign-in information will be used for contact tracing for the purpose of COVID-19 prevention. If necessary, sign-in information is necessary for public safety, security, and privacy of people's business where appropriate. Now look, I'm also going to tell you that I watched the videos, I heard the testimony, I watched the videos again. Here, while the testimony was being done, and cross-examination certainly elicited testimony that the sign-in sheet, as it was currently being operated by the City of Danbury, it was going to be a possibility to do effective contact tracing. I think that's clear. Anybody can sign any name, and there's no email address, there's no phone number. Contact tracing, I think, would be difficult to accomplish. However, it doesn't mean that the sign-in policy and the hope to be able to conduct the sign-in policy for the purpose of safety and contact tracing is an appropriate restriction. Now, on top of that, we had testimony from the town clerk, and it's also ample information related forth on the video, that when you signed in, another purpose was to get a pass to go within the building. And then we have testimony from the town clerk that was done so that they can restrict and regulate how many people were in any given town office at any given time. Now look, I reviewed the signage for that day. We had people going into the town clerk's office at 8:15, 8:28, 8:37. There's a gap, 9:05, 9:07, 2 at 9:10. And then there's a gap, 9:18, 10:28, 10:45, etc. So there are 3 people, there's a gap, there's 4 people, there's no way to account for on that sign-in sheet when the people come back and return the passes. But, that just could have been sloppy bookkeeping on behalf of the city of Danbury. I don't know, but I do know that when COVID was in effect, and that's, that was March of 2020, certainly through the end of 2020, this is still involved. Governor's executive orders were in effect well into 2021, and the Capitol building certainly was closed to the public at that point going forward. I think it took a while for individual municipalities, individual entities to come out of the COVID policies. Certainly when I started here as a judge in June, plexiglass was still mandated to be in front of me here between myself and the clerk. And when I was still a prosecutor in Milford, there was a policy, of course, masks in the courtroom, masks in the building. You were able to take your masks off in your office if no one was in the office with you. My point is, there were COVID policies in effect, and I think all of us would, if we're really given an opportunity to be candid with ourselves, would say some of them we just didn't understand. We just didn't know how effective those policies were or not were with regard to the public safety. But we all followed them because that's what the regulations said to do. That's what we were asked to do. As state employees, we were asked to do it. As members of the public community court, the court building, that's what you were asked to do. And everyone essentially did it, or they weren't allowed in the building without a mask, etc. So we have here also, by the way, the affirmative defense for criminal trespass, which wasn't mentioned in either closing argument. Just showed you affirmative defense to the prosecution for criminal trespass. That the premises at the time of the entry or remaining were open to the public, and the actor complied with all lawful conditions imposed on access to or remaining in the premises. So certainly that goes without saying, but I'm saying it to be complete. There's an affirmative defense that you can't trespass in a public place. It's only overcome if you show that there was a lawful condition imposed on access to or remaining in the premises. That's 53A110 of the offending statute, which is the statutory section immediately prior to 53A110A, which is simple trespass. So I need to look at whether or not this policy and policies like it, governor's executive order, mask mandates, this sign-in policy, even though it may have been, let's just say, not artfully carried out to where it would have the maximum effectiveness with regard to protecting the public, whether it's reasonable, or finds that it is. So now we're left with whether or not Mr. Reyes violated the lawful conditions imposed on access to or remaining in the premises. The court finds that he did. He entered and remained unlawfully in the building on July 15th, 2022. He did so because when asked to provide his name, sign in to get the pass, to, in theory, check on whether or not there was a maximum number of people allowed in the town clerk's office, he refused. He refused and then began heading upstairs. Therein lied all the problems that came after that. Now, I point to June 10th, 2021, I'm sorry, both 2020, in the building, where he comes in with the notice of intent to sue, and he is also asked to sign in, refuses, and basically is not allowed upstairs. He does not push the envelope. He speaks to Mr. Janusa. Officers come from the Danbury Police Department, and then ultimately it's decided that the town clerk will come downstairs, take what he needs, go upstairs to her office, date, stamp it, record it as he is requesting, and bring it back down to him. He agrees. That is a reasonable accommodation being made to him because he is unwilling to comply with the safety and security policy in effect at the time. So he knows that he is not going to be left upstairs to the second floor or beyond the foyer of the town clerk's office of the city hall building, town hall building, unless he complies with the policy. And he essentially agrees to that by by waiting, agreeing to have this accommodation made for him, and then leaving peaceably with no problem. On his way to his car, he tells his listeners, you know, I really, I'm gonna come back and do a full audit. Today wasn't a full audit. Today was just, I have some things to do this afternoon. I'm gonna make sure the paper got filed, but we'll check on Danbury again. He does, and that's July 15th. He goes there then, arguably, with the express intention of pushing the envelope with regard to the efficacy of the safety and security policy in effect. Now, I'm not getting to the filming policy. I'm not getting to whether or not he, you know, violated the filming policy. When they stood before, they stood up to the counter whether ICE can trespass, whether ICE can't trespass. Because I found already that the behavior on the second floor was not so offensive as to constitute a creating public disturbance. So it's arguable that Mr. Reyes, in fact, created a public disturbance that day, or certainly helped create the public disturbance. But under the statute, he did not create a public disturbance with regard to the criminal statute, which is titled such. So, like I said, not guilty on creating public disturbance with regard to simple trespass. He went there, he entered or remained in the building. That's clear from the video. It's clear from the testimony of the witnesses, including Mr. Reyes, with regard to his testimony that we had the privilege to observe on the video. So he remained in the building. That's clear for all the same reasons. The question is whether or not he was not licensed or privileged to do so. No notice has to be provided. That's criminal trespass 1. It is, though, a finding I have to make beyond a reasonable doubt whether or not he knew he couldn't go beyond that foyer without signing in. And his conduct on June 10th indicates to me that he did, because on June 10th, he complied, and on July 15th, he made it his mission not to comply. With that being said, the court finds him guilty of simple trespass and imposes a fine of $90 plus costs. I understand there may be considerations, post-verdict considerations that need to be made, so I will make that due and payable 30 days from now. 30-day date, 4 weekdays, 2/27/23. Mr. Reyes, you can make payment if you decide to make payment by phone or directly at the clerk's office before the time of 2/26/23. 2/26/23. No, I'm sorry. 2/24/23 would be the Friday. 2/26 is Sunday. So up until 2/24/2023 at 4 p.m. say you can make payment by phone, or you can make payment at the clerk's office directly. If it gets to Tuesday or Monday the 27th, you have to be able to be here and explain why you haven't made payment, because you're subject to failure to pay or plead with regard to that statute at that time. With regard to the constitutional implications, I didn't go into the constitutional implications, whether that time, place, or manner restriction with regard to the film policy was a unconstitutional inhibition on his First Amendment right to film, because I found him not guilty of creating public disturbance on the facts alone and the element analysis with regard to that particular statute. With regard to 53A 110A, I didn't go into the constitutional analysis either, in that I saw no evidence that it was not universally applied to everyone, and also with regard to him having an understanding that he was not licensed or privileged to do so, I also found that the reason I've already indicated, he certainly knew he wasn't licensed or privileged to go beyond the FOIA without the pass. Whether or not that particular policy was effective is not something I needed to be able to find beyond a reasonable doubt. I needed only to be able to find that it existed and it was a lawful condition, and based upon all that we saw during COVID, certainly this policy, as flawed as it may have been, was a lawful condition based upon Mr. Reyes' ability to enter the town hall building during that time. I have no evidence before me as to whether or not that policy is still in effect, but I think if there was, there would probably be other considerations any kind of fact finder would have to make with regard to ruling out the statutes and the elements of that particular statute. So with that being said, I want to thank both of you. Certainly it was a long time, and it's never easy when you're doing a video. And certainly I'll make this one last comment. is with regard to the professionalism of the media. Certainly that was, I think, seamless. I appreciate that. But under the circumstances, I know this is going to become more common as we go forward. I think that witnesses react differently when they know they're being videoed. Certainly, I think we had 2 witnesses here that may have been less than responsive, as we all would have liked, and we had 1 witness that might have been overly responsive, trying to show that he was going to answer every question to the best of his ability. And so, whether that or not that was colored by the fact that they knew they were going to be the subject of YouTube scrutiny or whatever will come from this particular recording of the proceeding, we'll leave that for another day. Certainly, counsel did the best they could and were diligent in their efforts with regard to their obligations, and as the prosecutor handling the matter and as the defense counsel handling the matter, I appreciate that. Mr. Reyes, you were nothing but a gentleman here throughout. I appreciate that as well. So with that being said, not guilty, creating public disturbance, guilty, simple trespass, continue 4 weeks for payment, or the termination would be any kind of post-judgment matter which would stop the payment. Pending further from any of the parties. No, you're not. Thank you. We stand adjourned.
All rise. Court's now adjourned.
Steven Seagar, what's your reaction? He got convicted on trespassing, not guilty when it comes to creating a disturbance. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, I didn't think he was guilty of creating a public disturbance from the outset. I think the judge reasoned his way through it in a way that makes sense and also accords with the law. What was going on in the town clerk's office on the day that Mr. Reyes was arrested was not offensive conduct. For, among other reasons, people continue to talk to him. He wasn't insulting anybody in a way that would offend community standards. So I think the judge hit the nail right in the head with his decision not to convict Sean Paul of creating public disturbance.
And on the trespass, if Sean had signed in as Mickey Mouse on the day, then he could not have been charged for this based on what the judge said.
Yes, I think that it deserves a little bit more attention if you're going to analyze that statute against the backdrop of a First Amendment right, because as you say, there was no real legitimate COVID purpose the sign-in sheet was there for. In addition to all that, yeah, I mean, I think there was one gentleman in one of the videos that you guys had out before, he had out, where he signs in as Captain America, and the one witness that didn't testify, Mr. Janusa, he actually asks Sean Paul when he comes in the door, hey, are you that guy? Are you awesome? No, I'm Sean Paul Reyes. And, you know, so to me, I think that that policy, if it's still in existence, it definitely should be changed. But I would suspect they've changed and revamped it because as it stands now, it's confusing to people and to me didn't serve any viable purpose, including COVID purposes.
In the audit community, a lot of people accuse cops and public servants of being tyrants. It sounds like we've now had a judge go on the record saying calling somebody a tyrant is not grossly offensive.
No, I think it's clear that this judge didn't agree that calling a government official a tyrant while you're characterizing his activity is not offensive conduct. It's not offensive speech. It's not offensive anything. And, you know, I think, hey, look, nowadays everything's on film. People better get used to it. And I think the judge knows that.
Why did this thing go on so long?
This thing went on a long time because there were First Amendment issues. And I think that everybody that's involved, the way that the technology nowadays is being sort of infiltrating our lives, we have like new legal issues that need to be decided. And here it's a combination. I mean, it's a serious question of whether or not the First Amendment should trump the statutes that are at issue. The state had already dropped the charges from criminal charges to to infractions, sorry. And I think this judge wanted to give everybody their day in court. I think it went as long as it did because the prosecutor, although he inherited the case, that given his experience and background, you know, maybe he wasn't too happy about that.
The prosecution could have dropped this months ago. They could have taken the criminal infractions when they dropped it, the citations. They could have gotten rid of the whole thing and probably saved the state 9 days worth of a trial.
No, they could have. And I think some people think that the amount of money the government spends on a trial sometimes wasted money. But as you sit there in the chair and, you know, it's your name on the line. It's your conduct that's on the line. Everybody wants to get a fair shake. And here, although I disagree on the trespass analysis, I think that it was reasoned through in a way that makes that decision colorable. I think the only thing that we have to do now is try to analyze the thing more completely for appeal. We tried to do things to preserve the record, consistent with that, and let's let it settle for the next few days and see where it goes. But I'm fairly confident that an appeal for this lies. It's ready. It's a viable appeal. It's ready to go, and it's all up to Mr. Reyes now. But I think that what he's done is he's championing the First Amendment. And do we have to temper that as auditors? I don't know. We don't know enough about what the case law says, and this whole concept of goading somebody or getting somebody doing a Jedi mind trick on government officials to get them to talk. I think it's just a red herring. I don't think it really has anything to do with the analysis. I mean,
Sean, I want to ask you your reaction, because when most people look at this, they're going to say, oh my God, the amount of resources that the prosecutors threw at this, they were looking to try to make you blink. You didn't blink, and you proved to them that, in fact, calling somebody a tyrant is not grossly offensive, and they got you on a policy that's no longer in place for trespass. What's your reaction?
So first and foremost, I want to thank my attorney, Steven Seeger. He did an amazing job throughout this trial. He gave me a wise legal counsel. He represented me well. I'm very pleased. I just think that this, like you mentioned, David, this is a gross waste of taxpayer resources for a $90 fine, which ultimately turned out to be a $90 fine. When you look at the aspects of a $10,000 bond and paying $1,000 of that to be released, compared to the $90 fine, of the legal expenses that go throughout this on both sides, on the defense as well as the prosecution, it just seems absurd. And to that effect, you know, I did hear the state's attorney who was prosecuting me say that this was a stupid infraction trial. I wouldn't agree with that statement, only because it exposed city officials, the state's attorney's office, the whole apparatus, police department, working together for retaliation. This comes down to the Danbury Public Library incident, where Officer Utter said 20 years ago I'd have been dead with my teeth missing, and that he would have done it himself.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. He'd be fucking, his teeth would be missing. I don't fucking do it.
I'd have removed his teeth. He would be dead.
This is not going to end well with you. You know that.
Okay, we'll see.
I'm telling you.
I can see it in your eyes.
In law enforcement experience.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
After they released Reyes and he went outside, Officer Ken Utter taunted him.
Constitutionally protected activity. If I went in there and I was acting like an asshole,
you're wrong.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead. He'd be fucking, his teeth would be missing. I don't fucking do it.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead.
I'm still here.
He'd be fucking, his teeth would be missing.
I'm still here.
I don't fucking do it.
Police Chief Patrick Ridenour is well respected, and when he saw the video of Officer Ken Utter saying he would have killed Reyes 20 years ago, the chief suspended Officer Utter.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here.
Leading up to me peacefully exercising my rights into City Hall, all of this prosecution, I had 4 criminal charges, as you stated earlier. Those were dropped. I hired one of the best attorneys in Connecticut because I was ready for a jury trial. I was ready to represent myself in front of a jury of my peers. Now, Stephen could probably explain better why it is that they took out, what type of if it's like a strategy of some sort, why they dropped the criminal charges. So I'm denied my jury trial right. And now I'm before a bench trial, because my personal belief is, if this was a case before a jury, between the coaching, between, you know, I'm not a violent person, that he's cordial, he's polite, you know, there was no reason for this fictional policy to play any type of deal. The policy of signing in was, and everybody has watched the videos has seen, Phil Janusa signs people in. He knew my name. He knew it wasn't Captain Awesome. He said my name was Sean Paul Reyes. He could have easily signed my name on the day of my arrest. He could have easily handed me a card on the day of my arrest. He chose not to do either and ignore both of those policies. And I truly believe that I was licensed and privileged to be in City Hall, as any citizen would be.
Phil Janusa chose to put his hands on you and say that he would drop you like a tree. He was not charged. We saw some evidence that perhaps the city clerk lied, perjured herself on the witness stand. There's not going to be any sort of problem for her except in the court of public opinion. And Danbury seems to feel like, okay, they're getting Sean Paul Reyes to pay $90. What's your reaction?
It's just absurd. It's really absurd. You know, there was no justice here today. I would like to think that the criminal justice system is supposed to spawn some sort of justice. There was no justice. $90 for, you know, exercising my rights. That's not even the point here. The point is that Phil Janusa should have been on trial. He should have been charged. You know, whether it was an assault, a disorderly conduct, creating a public disturbance, he definitely broke the law. He pushed me several times, like you just said. I'll put you through the wall. I'll knock you down like trees. Like those are threatening statements. Again, it's just ridiculous. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, good luck to both of you guys on appeal and everything else. And thanks for a remarkable trial.
And I will just say that I fully plan to appeal this decision. It's not about the $90. It's never been about the $90 or the potential $180. It's the principle of the matter. It's our First Amendment right. If you can make these crazy policies and just because you don't want somebody in your building and try and selectively enforce them, because he could have wrote my name in the book, he could have gave me a card, you know, it just seems silly to me, and I will appeal, and hopefully the higher court will find that I am not guilty.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Hey, when am I going to see you again now?
Oh, yeah, the Court of Appeals.
The Court of Appeals,
We'll
yeah.
be there. We're going to follow this up the way.
So that's it. Conclusion for this trial. As y'all see, this is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that. What did he get? Like a charge for trespassing or something, which was insane. The judge should have ruled not guilty on everything because Sean didn't do anything criminal. The only people that were criminals here were Phil, the cops, and I guess you could say the city attorney because he knew what the law was, but he just violated it pretty much. The cop was assisting Phil with his statement, that seems pretty illegal. You know, everything about this was just unbelievable. You know, I can't believe this case lasted 9 days. 9 days that this lasted. When it should have been it should have been 1 day, maybe. Everything was on camera, and they even in the videos they kept saying he didn't do anything wrong. He's not doing anything wrong. He's just filming. He's just filming. He's just filming. He kept saying that over and over again. And I just don't get how this trial just kept going. Even at that point, like they already said in the videos, they already said he didn't do anything wrong. He's just filming. He can do that. He can do that. The cop just kept telling Phil that he can do it. But for some reason, Phil didn't want that to happen. And he decided to keep trying. He assaulted Sean. He tried to push him through the door. Which I can't believe this trial lasted this long when it shouldn't even, this shouldn't have been past 1 day. What I don't understand is everything was on camera. It wasn't like they had to figure out anything. Everything was on camera. Even the cops in the video were saying he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. You shouldn't have did that. And somehow the judge, he ruled not guilty on a lot of stuff, but he still ruled him guilty on, I guess it was a trespassing fine where he had to pay $90, which is insane. 9 days for $90, and knowing that they still was wrong. And I think the judge ruled this way because he knew that a lawsuit was on the way. He was trying to, I think he was trying to defend against that lawsuit somehow, or try to make it for for it to be harder for Sean to win that lawsuit, because this was insane. You know, for everybody catching what. Well, I know what y'all thoughts are, because this was insane. I've been seeing y'all in the chat and y'all wondering the same thing. How is it still going on this long? And for that to be the outcome of this was insane. You know, I think everything should have been dropped. I thought everything was going to be dropped. You know, it's just crazy how you literally can have evidence on camera, and that seems like they're still going to they're going to go around that. It's, you know, it's just corruption. You know, it's just corrupt. Yeah, even the defense, or I'm not. I was, maybe Sean was the defense and he was being prosecuted, but they were saying all type of everything that he was saying in that closing statement. He didn't state that Sean did anything illegal. He just was saying stuff that they didn't like, that they didn't feel good about. And he did that for like 30 minutes, which was crazy. Transparency and Accountability Coalition says, but destruction of a justice system, of a system that has betrayed them. Sikovich say the judge was confused on how to rule with the COVID stuff, but he used the COVID policies to make him guilty. Exactly. Which it, you know, none of this made sense. You know, nothing about this made sense. I know that Sean's lawyer said, you know, he did a way to make it so he can kind of go with the ruling, but that's why it would have been good to put this in front of a jury so he can have I think him having a jury and the jury actually looking at that, I'm sure that it wouldn't have went this way, because that's insane. Imagine you in a group, you have a group of your peers ruling against that, and they can obviously see that the cops were wrong, because we can see, let's just say we were on the jury, we obviously see, well, he didn't break any law, he didn't do anything wrong. It's the only criminals there were Phil and the cops. That's it. You know. But I'm gonna be checking out more about this trial or this case. But I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream, because like these past few days have been so exhausting. Seeing this and seeing all this time that they're putting into what's obviously on camera, and we can see all the criminals involved in this. None of those criminals were Sean. He was the only law-abiding citizen there. It's crazy. But once again, I just want to say I appreciate y'all for being here. I say AWB, I'm out. We're gonna be checking out some more on this tomorrow. Well, we finished the trial though, so I'm kind of happy that's over with. But in the future, we're gonna be looking at more depositions for different cases. All right, AWB, I'm out.